All right, got a little bit of music jam there for you guys. So good evening, everyone. This is meteorologist Timmy Albertson here with you guys. We're going to take a look at some storms today. This time I am not on the scene. I am up north where currently, Chris, we had been sitting in kind of the 50s today. It was a warm day up where I am. And I tell you what, yesterday when I was down in Iowa, it was like 75 degrees. And, I guess I was in Ohio, so I remember, it was 80 degrees when I was there. But I'm still not adjusted to it yet, Chris. But anyways, Chris is joining us. He's out in Kansas. Good place to be sometimes for storms. In fact, you guys had a couple decent ones around your area last week, up around the Goodland region. But today, here's what we are looking at. We are focusing our attention across the high plains of Texas. Not the middle plains, the high plains. Kind of the somewhat more arid part of Texas. Mainly focused on the Panhandle and one county in the Oklahoma Panhandle, because why not? Got to at least get Oklahoma included in it. There's also another county right up along the Red River Valley. This watch basically goes from just east of Amarillo, all the way down towards about Lubbock, Texas. This particular watch is going to be in effect as we go through the remainder of the evening. Now, of course, for those of you who might be on Eastern time, this watch is in Central time, so it goes until 11 o'clock Central time, which would be about midnight for those of you on the East Coast. Few tornadoes are going to be possible, but much like the setup we had yesterday that we were taking a look at, once again, this is mainly going to be kind of a hail type of event. However, as we talked about yesterday and as we saw yesterday, when you're dealing with those big hailstorms, they're supercell thunderstorms, and they have rotation in them. And sometimes that rotation can get down to the surface and produce some tornadoes. And that's what we saw yesterday. Even though it was mainly a hail event, we still had a few tornadoes. In this case, going to be kind of a little bit more of a similar setup. Now, the difference, though, if you want to get synoptic with everything, and we'll take a look at the weather map in a little bit, but there is a dry line associated with this activity. Dry lines are really kind of a main staple, I guess, of severe weather outbreaks, especially across the plains. For those of you in the deep south, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Dry line never makes its way over there. It's always humid. And I think the furthest I can ever really, at least off the top of my head, recall seeing the dry line was about central Iowa, and that was one time. But basically, dry line kind of acts as a quasi-front, and a lot of times helps to initiate these thunderstorms. So what is the dry line? Well, basically, you have a lot of air that's coming off the Rocky Mountains. That air warms rapidly as it descends off the Rocky Mountains. But when it does so, it's not gaining any moisture. As a matter of fact, to a degree, it's kind of losing some moisture. So it's this hot, dry air mass. And on the other side of the dry line is a more humid, not as hot type of an air mass. Take a look. Temperature right now in Elk City, Oklahoma, 76 degrees. Their dew point's about 71. That's pretty good if you want some good thunderstorms. Let's take a look a little bit closer here in this Trento watch. Temperature just south, let me try that again. Right on Spearman is 77 degrees, dew point 64. They're getting a little bit of an outflow from this storm, which we are going to talk about here in just a moment. But look on the other side here of this line right here. This is a frontal boundary. And again, the dry line is attached further down here. But look at this, 91 degrees with a dew point of 27. That is a very dry air mass. So that's what a dry line is. So the hot dry air is denser than the warm moist air. So that's, it's the predominant one, and it pushes itself a little bit. But again, you can see these storms kind of firing up right along where that dry line extends all the way down. So with that in mind, we have a few supercell thunderstorms that we are taking a look at, as well as a brand new Trento watch up around Dodge City. We're going to come to that here in just a moment. But let's start off with this little guy here. Of all the storms that we're seeing across parts of the Texas Panhandle this evening, right now, this is the strongest one. It is by itself, again, good news if you remember from yesterday when you're talking about a supercell thunderstorm. It does have rotation with it, as a matter of fact. Now, there is Trento warning on it. And Chris, I believe you said that they had a wall. There's at least an observable wall cloud associated with this storm right now. And again, you can see her kind of out, I don't want to say out in the middle of nowhere, but not a heavily populated part of the second most populated state in the country. But nonetheless, still a few towns around here. This one is is Trento warned. Obviously, rotation is radar indicated, and it's also being tagged of having hail of 2 inches in diameter. 2-inch diameter hail is about 2 inches in diameter, so it's a pretty decent sized hailstone. Now, that said, again, you can see that hail is going to be located right here in this area. So again, generally out in the open, but you see this little hook right here. That's where that rotation is. And as we've talked about before, especially in these type of setups here, the supercells rotate. That's the big kind of staple about them. Is they already have rotation with it, but it's whether or not that can get mixed down to the surface. And if we take a look here, we can see these are some pretty decent radar returns coming out of the Amarillo radar site. We have high values of winds going away from the radar site, and we have decently high values of winds going towards the radar site. Again, it's Amarillo, which is way down here. So there's your counterclockwise rotation inherent within the thunderstorm. And again, since we're looking in the lower levels, we can see that rotation is, again, getting down to the lower levels. Chris said that he saw a report of a wall cloud, which again would line up. It's going to be right here in this area. And what we're going to be watching to see is if this activity or this rotation finally makes its way down to the surface and possibly produces a tornado. We have a few radar technique things that we like to use for those of you who might not be familiar with how, these live streams here. This radar image that you see here is velocity. Again, it's just detecting the wind direction. Winds are red colors are winds going away from the radar site. Greens are winds going towards the radar site. When we see high values butted up right against each other, we'll call that a couplet. If you want the technical term for it, I just call it high values right up against each other. But again, this is a good thing that we look for. This radar image that you see here is a correlation coefficient, and we'll flip back to this at times, if especially if we get confirmed tornadoes. But basically, what this is telling us is you got, the radar, it's dual pulse, so it's sending out a beam vertically and it's sending out a beam horizontally, all right? So it's measuring the size to a degree of the objects that it detects. Raindrops tend to all be about the same size, so there's a high correlation. However, if we have a tornado on the ground, and let's say it's going through a forest or it's going through a neighborhood, it's picking up roofs, it's picking up, tree branches, there's a lot of different sized objects, lowers that correlation. Again, correlation is a statistics thing about, how much things are related. So when we see drop-offs in that correlation, which on these scales tend to be blue, that's a good signature for debris. Right now, we don't see that on this radar, but we do see a pretty decent size area of rotation. This is our reflectivity. We use this obviously for precipitation. And I think tonight, Chris, we'll probably show this a few times, in my opinion. We'll show the vertically integrated liquid. That's a heck of a name for you, but basically the radar is measuring the amount of liquid within a column of air. Where we see high values, it's a good indication that there is hail there. And again, these values, pretty high up there right now. So again, certainly within the realm of about 2-inch size hail probability. In fact, look at this latest one that just came in. I mean, that's a pretty good hail core right within that storm there. So again, when it comes to supercells, hail tends to be up here. Rotation tends to be down here on the, on a typical supercell. I don't want to say typical because, in weather, nothing is ever the same. But, you can see the rotations here. The hail is about right in this area that we were seeing. So that being said, looks like a little bit of a side lobe right here. Little bit of a possibly faulty kind of radar return right here, just given the fact that there might be some hail here. But regardless, there we go. All right, Chris, tell us about this new tornado watch. I'm sorry, I've been doing a lot of talking for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, so we got those of us listeners up here in northwestern Kansas. We've got a tornado watch that has been issued until midnight, and this includes all of our counties along Highway 25 to the south of Colby, all the way to the Oklahoma border, connecting to that other tornado watch. And again, this goes until midnight tonight. The surface map, if you've been out there today across northwest Kansas, there's out here. We've had clouds and an east-north, kind of an easterly wind that's kept our temperatures in the 50s up there on I-70. If you go south towards Scott City, Garden City, Dodge City, temperatures have climbed up into the upper 70s and around 80 degrees as you get down there towards those tornadoes in the panhandle of Texas. Also, that dry line that we've been talking about here, if you look at Amarillo to where those thunderstorms are, you're talking 40-degree dew points to the lower 60s. We're seeing the same thing up here in western Kansas. So we got a well-defined dry line along that Highway 25. The one cell that we have right now is the one in the Scott County area. I just looked at some computer model data prediction. That thing's going to move east to the northeast along Highway 4 in the Dighton area, and does show some indication that it could strengthen, possibly at least to some large hail, maybe not the rotation, but some large hail that could be in that area from Scott City northward to Dighton here over the next hour or two. So that's the only cell we've got in this watch box in Kansas. We do expect those storms out in Colorado to come swinging through between 9 and midnight. That could have some activity. It is showing strengthening and maybe a little of rotation as it comes in on that frontal boundary here later this evening. So we'll keep an eye on that for later this evening. Right now, we'll go back to this activity down there in Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah. So, interestingly, while we're on the topic, we've talked about trying to watch up in the Panhandle. There's actually also a severe thunderstorm watch. It's been in effect down across far southwestern Texas. We don't really talk about this area too much. It doesn't tend to see a lot of activity, but obviously it does at times. It's just, again, Odessa is not necessarily a town that we would often associate with big severe weather outbreaks. And for today, right now, it's mainly just looking like it's kind of a hail event. Again, kind of right up on that dry line. Very dry air. I mean, right behind it here near Hobbs, just across the state line there in New Mexico, 93 degrees of a dew point of 21. Again, that like I said, that's a very, very dry air mass there. Off the top of my head, I can't do the relative humidity calculation, but what we could do, in fact, while I have it up, let's actually go ahead here, and we're going to actually, I want to give you guys the relative humidity value of that. Give me just 1 second here. And as Chris, as you're, I'm certain very familiar with where you are. You have the dry line too, so you can attest. The humidity right now in this area right here in Hobbs, just across state line in New Mexico, 7%. Very dry air mass. In fact, even during the wintertime up here where I am, you don't typically get the relative humidity that low. These are mainly just going to be hailstorms down here tonight. We'll keep an eye on. I think there was a tornado warning earlier around the Fort Stockton area. But so far, really, we haven't gotten anything. Just, again, these storms is firing up on the dry line. Not a lot of wind shear, though. With these storms and even the moisture itself, it's there, but it's not quite as high as what you'd expect maybe across central Texas. But it's enough to get the job done. So we'll certainly keep an eye on these storms, but we might not be talking about them much tonight, just given how things might shape up here across Oklahoma. Let's go back to our big fella here, just south of Perryton. It's really looking good here on the radar. That's kind of a really nice looking hook signature, and you can see it right here. So here's our hail, and then here is our rotation, that updraft there. That basically the rotation is kind of pulling some of that precipitation back a little bit, helping to give it that little bit of a hook shape. As we take a look at it here on the velocity radar image, again, keep in mind, not necessarily the clearest picture. We are somewhat of a distance away, but I still think within a decent range. But this right now is radar indicated, and actually looking through the text, law enforcement reported a funnel cloud. Now, keep in mind, folks, that funnel clouds, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a tornado. Now, naturally, once the funnel cloud reaches the ground, then it's a tornado. At least by the standard definition, though, sometimes you can see a tornado that doesn't have its funnel all the way down to the ground, but that's a whole different topic for another day. But anyway, so again, by itself, kind of alone, it's in a pretty decent atmosphere. This observation around Perryton, I'm just going to assume is incorrect. I don't think it's 32 degrees there right now. Boy, that would be a heck of a temperature gradient, though, wouldn't it? 32 degrees here, and then have it sitting at 80 degrees just down to the south. Boy, that'd be some wind. So latest radar scan right now is showing that this storm here, it seems like we've kind of lost a little bit there of that hook feature, but it hasn't gone away too much yet. I want to loop this thing here really quickly, and then we're going to put a little bit of a time lapse on it. We'll just kind of get a general idea of what some of its more recent motion has been here as soon as we get this guy to load. So it's really just kind of honestly just kind of drifting. It doesn't seem like it really has too much forward movement. I would say that, yeah, that's not a very fast movement here. They're saying it's moving northeast about 25 miles an hour, which may be a little bit generous with this particular storm, but we'll just go ahead and kind of track that anyway. Let me go ahead here. And what we're going to do is we're going to track where that rotation is. So we're going to bring it up to here. Again, it is kind of wobbling a little bit, so let's not bring it too far out just based on the fact it's not moving very quickly, and that rotation could shift just a little bit. Of course, if we see it intensifying, it would have a tendency to hook more towards the right. But what we're going to do here is we're just going to time it out here at about 25 miles an hour, which, again, as mentioned, may be a little bit generous for this particular thunderstorm, at least for the moment, as it does appear that it is drifting. For right now, if the storm were to continue on its, current track, it probably won't be reaching Parrington for at least a little while. It would have to drift almost northeastwards in order to reach Parrington, even though the general track right now is more or less kind of assumed to be to the north and to the east. So we'll kind of keep a little bit of an eye on that there. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get a few towns coming up here on our good old friends here. Technical difficulties as always. It's always a technical difficulty. Nothing can ever go smoothly in the technical world. All righty. So we will give me a moment here. We're going to go ahead and try to get this thing up here one more time. But basically what I can tell you is that at 25 miles an hour, it's not moving very fast here. And if we have to, let's just go ahead and we'll track how far 25 miles is. So that rotation, if it's moving at 25 miles an hour, could eventually bring that rotation to US 83. Now let's talk about that for a moment. That's not a very concise location, but as we've talked about here, storm movement seems like it's just kind of wobbling more than it's moving in a steady direction, at least for right now. So it could be pretty much anywhere right along the rotation aspect of it within the next hour, pretty much somewhere between on US 83 right in this area. Now that means, though, that if it's slow movement, well, that hail could be falling for a little while. Chris, how's Kansas doing?
I am. We got that one cell up there in Scott County. One thing I'm looking here is that tornado warning that was down there to the south in Clarendon. There was report that there was a funnel with video, but I have not been able to find the video yet. It was reported by the Amarillo Weather Service office, so I'm kind of searching for that. So that was down to that cell that was earlier. Well, here we got a warning on it now. So right there in that Clarendon area, I just saw that report pop up. So you might
zoom in. That happened. Sorry, go ahead.
You might zoom in on that and start talking about that cell.
Yeah, that's the one that we're on right now. So this was the one that had a reported tornado. It was apparently a very brief one. This happened about an hour and a half ago, back when it was over Clarendon. Here's the storm now. It does have a brand new tornado warning that's on it. This warning was issued about a minute or two ago. Kind of interesting. We're not necessarily seeing. Let's take a look at this guy here. It does have a little bit of rotation, I think, given its history. Will be interesting to see what happens, though, as this little storm here begins to interact with that. It does appear that at least the inflow is still free right now of precipitation. We also have this guy down here, which over the past couple of radar scans has begun to look a little bit like it's trying to organize a bit more. We are looking way east of Silverton, more so around the Lakeview area here. Again, all of this being out in the Texas Panhandle. Texas Panhandle, kind of a decent-sized geographic region, but most of this activity right now between Lubbock and Amarillo, well, east of Lubbock and Amarillo, making its way towards Oklahoma. We also got another report here that just came in. This is going to be from about an hour ago. There was a tornado here, began around 4:10 and then lasted until about 4:19. So let me double check here. Probably a separate one from this, but same mesocyclone. In fact, if we maybe try to back this up just a little bit, we don't need that. Let's see here. Yep, there it was. That's Well, no, that would have been a different one. This storm right here was the one that dropped it, but it's not looking too good now. In fact, that thing really fell apart. So this was the guy responsible for these two tornado reports and some of this large hail, about 1 3/4 of an inch here, right outside of Clarendon. This new storm here did have a little bit of rotation a few scans ago. It kind of went away, but now it looks like it might be trying to come back. We'll see what the interaction with this storm does here. Again, this is just a radar indicated tornado. Nothing, at least at the moment, appears to be on the ground. This storm, not as photogenic looking on the radar, but does have some decent rotation. Again, this particular one is southwest of Lakeview, not moving very quickly, kind of almost more or less. It appears that updraft has really just been kind of stationary. See, it's right over here at this point here where 256 meets 70 north of Turkey. Look at that, Chris. That's pretty cool, actually. Look at that. You can see that updraft has pretty much stayed there. It's just the upper level winds have kind of pushed that. So we have this kind of storm here that the rotation aspect of it really isn't moving. And the precipitation might be staying there. So, what else might be interesting, too, is, if we see this with a couple more storms, might be a little bit of a flash flooding type of setup. I don't think widespread, but maybe some localized things. I mean, that's some pretty heavy rain to be sitting over one area for that amount of time. It'll be interesting to see if we do get any reports. We now have that tornado is observed. We're taking a look here again around the Perrington area. This is an observed tornado on the latest update here. Again, we have it on the reflectivity. This is that rotation notch right there. Here's that little hook. Let's see if we can't go ahead and take a look at it here on our good friend, the correlation coefficient. See if we can't spawn it. If it's there, it would be here. Let me loop it here and just see if maybe we have a clearer picture. Again, I don't know if this is going to be too much of use for this particular storm, given its distance away, but also given the fact that this is a very rural area. There might not be much for it to pick up other than some dust. So taking a look at it. Yeah, if there is one, this is the little bit of a signature there, but that just, might more or less be somewhat of a coincidence. Let's take a look here. Weather spotters confirm that there is a tornado. Confirmed tornado was located about 13 miles southeast of Spearman, moving east at 10 miles an hour. So even in the past few moments, they've dropped the speed of this storm down from 25 to 10. So again, not very quickly moving, or not a very quick moving tornado if it's there, only about 10 miles an hour. Those storms that we were dealing with yesterday were moving a little bit faster. Well, what seems much faster, but it was only about 45 miles an hour. So again, kind of a slow moving storm right here. So this is the area that is to be watched. And again, like I said, 10 miles an hour, that's not really going to be taking it too far here. Let's just kind of track it a little bit to the north and to the east here. Again, at 10 miles an hour, if we're even able to get some times on this thing. But I don't even know if that would be the best idea. Let's just go ahead and we'll do this. If it's going about 10 miles an hour, let's just give it benefit of the doubt and say 11 miles. I mean, it's still keeping it right out in the open here. Maybe getting close to State Route 70 here in the next 45 minutes. Now, this is just the rotation. This is not the hail and everything else that is associated with this storm. In fact, we'll flip up the correlations. Let's see how that hail's still doing. They're still estimating that it's about 2-inch size hail. Let's take a look here. And yeah, we're seeing here on the VILs that's still pretty decent size hail. But again, out kind of in the middle of nowhere. So not a very well, Chris, I guess you could probably find the word better than I. Not a very impactful storm, I guess, would be a good word to say.
Yeah, those areas there in the Texas Panhandle, you got some smaller communities, and there is some space and distance in between them. That is kind of that area where we saw, the fire too. It was in that Canadian, just a little bit further to the east a bit. But again, if you get into those areas where it's really dry down there, and we're still brown, things haven't greened up yet. So anything. I mean, we've had lots of fire watches and stuff out here. So again, that's kind of where that's at. We've again, it's very rural. You start getting yourself along Highway 83, and then you got some pretty good traffic on there once it gets a little bit closer there to Canadian Texas, and in those areas where you got the feedlots and the feed yards and all the activity going up and down 83 into Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's and this type of rural is a bit more different than kind of the Midwest rural, where the towns are a little bit closer together, as Chris was saying. I mean, there's some pretty big distances between some of these towns. These are not big towns either. It's, you know, if you've ever been out that way. And yes, very dry, especially the closer you get to New Mexico. One thing that, let's see here. This is still a observed tornado here. We'll wait to see and get some reports here. I haven't seen anything come up on this particular radar, or sorry, I haven't gotten anything here on the screen, but it does actually appear that at least other sources saying that there was a tornado on the ground and just near Spearman that's showing up here, and it would have been right here. So we'll see if we can get that icon to pop up in a bit. But all things considered, pretty decent looking storm. This one down here also looking a bit decent too. It certainly has that structure there. It certainly has the rotation right now, just being warned for 1.5 size inch hail. Again, this is going to be southwest of Memphis, more so closer towards the Lakeview area. But again, these storms are not moving very quickly. So it might take a little while before we start seeing it get to those some of those smaller towns.
Kind of watching the cell up here in Kansas. That's moving to the north and east of Scott City. It's now crossing into southern Gove County. It has picked up a little bit of intensity on radar. There is no warning on it yet. We're just going to keep an eye on it. That is kind of moving in that area to the north and west of Healy. Towards Gove City again, like in Texas, this area here in Kansas, there isn't any communities in between there other than the Castle Rock State Park and the Smoky River Valley. So there's lots of cows between Gove City and Healy, but that's where that thunderstorm is. And it looks like it could pop up a warning here in the next 10, 15 minutes. So just going to keep an eye on that.
Well, you might have it. It's kind of flat up that way. If you have a telescope, you might have a good view of it because you're out near Goodland. But that's the nice thing though about being out in the plains or even in the Midwest. Yeah, it's about 75 miles away. You can see these things that are. I mean, you can see some of these storms that are pretty far away. It's especially at nighttime if you got a bunch of thunderstorm activity. I mean, you could see that lightning. I mean, 75, I even argue, I guess, under the right circumstances, maybe even 100 miles away. Up around where I currently am, that's not availability because we have trees. But, yeah, these areas, the high plains in the Midwest, oh, yeah, you could see these things for miles and miles and miles. All right, continuing that tornado warning with this storm, again, this guy is north of Memphis. It is starting to look like it might be getting a little bit better organized. Let's take a look at it here. Again, it's pretty much going to be right up near Headley. We're still just not seeing that rotation down at the surface yet, and it still is only radar indicated. But we'll see here if this thing might try to revamp a little bit. And this very well could be something on the ground. Again, this is the third storm now. So to get our bearings straight really quickly here, if we want to number that, this is storm number 1, this is storm number 2, and this is storm number 3, at least for right now. So this is the third one. Again, it's southwest of Memphis. And just looking at these velocity scans, I mean, yes, we are looking a little bit higher up, but I mean, this is what interests me right here. It looks like here on the radar scan, we can see this little ball kind of right here. And then we see that pretty much right up on each other couple. This is what we mean by high values against one another. That might be a little brief, there might be a funnel cloud or maybe just a little brief tornado there. I'm certain that, I'm not even sure if you'd probably only have a good view from it if you were at Caprock Canyons or if you were, I just happened to be here. because it's so much precipitation out in front of it here. But right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's tagged for tornado possible and 1.5-inch size hail. So nothing confirmed with this yet. And again, we are looking a little bit higher up. Unfortunately, I think the Lubbock radar is down tonight. So that's not going to be much use. So we're still using Amarillo's radar here. But I will say, at least as of that radar scan, it'll be interesting to see if we get anything that comes through the reports. Now, that in mind, we are getting some wall cloud reports, and we are getting some decent hail reports too coming out of the storm. Wow, 2.25-inch hail is what I saw. Now, mind you, folks, this is unofficial. This is coming out of MPing, which if you don't know what MPing is, it's just an app where you can report your location of what type of precipitation you're using. It goes to the, I believe it was the SPC or the NSSL, I can't remember. They used it. They started about 10 years ago to really help look for rain and snow transition on radar, and it's just kind of somewhat evolved over there. But yeah, there is at least one MPing report from within this storm just west of Hadley, so storm number 2, of 2 and 2.
That one in one in Clarendon, the one that had the tornado, has the severe storms has a 4-inch report on that one that was in the Clarendon area.
Jeez.
And so that was about at 419.
4-inch size hail report?
Yep, that's a biggie.
That's crazy. I mean, there've been bigger, but that's kind of like a duck and cover type of setup, honestly.
Yeah,
at that point, I mean, that's
softball.
And I don't remember off the top of my head, but you can actually calculate how fast that thing would be moving when it hit the ground. Boy, can you imagine the layers on that hailstone?
Yeah, I'm sure to see a picture of it.
Wow,
at some point.
4-inch size, and that's the thing. I mean, these are. No, go ahead, please.
It was some of those 3-inch ones that we were from those storms that were a few weeks ago down there in Oklahoma, and I think there was one back here in Kansas. They were just jagged, and they're just they would probably go through roofs for sure. As jagged as they were, and not round or anything like that. They're just all kinds of different shapes, and 4 inches is the biggest one I've seen so far this year.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's. Yeah, that's. I wish I had my ruler with me, but yeah, that's wow. That's a big, and I bet you too. It's probably a jagged one.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, who had time to go out and measure that? And who just went outside in the middle of that and just was like, "Oh, let me go my ruler really quickly." I'm just kidding. They probably waited till it passed. What was the one? I can't remember there was a town in South Dakota, like 10 years ago or something. They had like a 7-inch hailstone, and they estimated that it was bigger because when the person found it and reported it, I think the Weather Service wanted to verify it, so they wanted to go up there, and so the person had to put it in a freezer, and of course, shrank the ice a little bit when they finally got there. But one of my professors at Penn State, he studies hail growth, and he had a mold of that hailstone that somehow he had, and he had it on his desk. And I cannot remember what that town was now, but I'm pretty certain it was out of South Dakota. But it was just this big, jagged, thing. He just happened to have a mold of it. Every meteorologist, we all have some memento of something. But I always just thought that was funny. There's that tornado warning now that's in effect. Looks like they did go ahead and issue that warning. That's for the storm now down southwest of Lakeview. Again, it's generally kind of out in the open, though I am imagining there's probably at least a few gas stations here, just given this is a junction of two highways, 256 and 70, but otherwise pretty rural area. It's north of the Caprock Canyon State Park. This storm is not going to be heading that way. Again, slowly drifting and a little bit hard to tell here. That's probably not where the rotation is. But let's take a look at it here on the velocity. Oh, yeah. That's, this is certainly looking like, but again, we're probably looking just a little bit higher up than we are with some of the other storms. But that's still a really good signature, even if it was high up. I mean, that's And then that, when it comes to doing this, we meteorologists, we actually have algorithms, for better or for worse, that, if we see a rotation at a certain height, we can estimate what it was, somewhat down. It just helps when you're a bit far away from the radar. Chris, what do you think about that? That looks to me like there's probably something on the ground or very close to it.
Yeah, when if you look at the velocity scan there and those colors there, it would indicate that there is potential something, a funnel or developing in that area. So I would kind of agree with you that there's potentially something happening there. Again, we're out in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully, there might be some law enforcement on that, but I'm hoping that we could see some reports coming out of here of what we're verifying here. So,
yeah, I haven't seen anything come through on my end yet.
I'm trying this. See if this AI stuff works.
It does appear that there's at least a few spotters around there, so we should know here pretty.
Yeah,
we should have an idea here in a few. So this is our rotation right here. Circled it there for you. Ooh, we can make it bigger. Let's make it pronounced. Yeah. Look at that artwork. That looks like it's good enough to be on an app. All right. So this is that rotation we're taking a look at on this radar image. That's going to be putting it pretty much right about here. So this is what we're looking at. Again, this same storm, just two different radar images. Again, over kind of a rural area. But the other thing too, though, is I mean, this hail. If you take a look here, we'll highlight this in a different color. But this area right here, that's where that big hail is. So again, you go, and this tends to be how it works in a supercell. The hail is going to be to the north of that rotation, and it just has to do with the wind shears and the way the way the storm is structured. So that's why a lot of times, you hear, at least when I was growing up, and I haven't heard this much anymore. Chris, maybe you still have, but I just remember, when I was younger, I heard a lot of times, if you have big hail, then there's a tornado that's going to follow up behind it. Or that was one of the things. And it's just because of the way the supercell is structured. Doesn't always happen, though. In fact, if you were in Gerald, Texas back in, 97, you had the tornado first, then you had the hail because the whole thing was moving in the opposite direction. That was an interesting one to read about. Anyway, so this is the section that we're watching. So again, this is the rotation, and this here is where that big hail is. Let's go ahead and we're going to move away from this storm for a moment, even though it looks beautiful on the radar returns. Let's take a look at our guy up here. This is radar indicated. Looks like it is no longer observed. But let's take a look here. Still has a pretty decent structure. Again, this is our rotation right here where that hook is. If we want to get out my coloring tools again, let's do it. All right, so this is where that heavy hail is. It's going to be right here. This portion of the storm, that's where the hail is. And then here is, let's pick a different color. I guess we don't really have many options given the color. We'll just use blue. And then right here is where that rotation is. So that's the area worth watching. It does not look quite as organized at the moment. It looks like it's still there, but if there was anything, this is not as organized at the lower level yet. It was for a little bit, but that looks like that. It's kind of maybe just trying to recycle itself a little bit there. Still have the tornado warning on this guy. This is going to be still radar indicated, though. As mentioned, it does appear that it has a wall cloud. And again, this was the one that gave us the 2 1/4 inch size hail, which is a pretty decent size hailstone. I'm curious as to what that person's vehicle looks like now. Let's see here. Yeah, 2 1/4 size hail. Still waiting on getting some other updates here. Like I said, there are some spotters out and about. Again, they got a lot of area that they're going to have to cover today. let's hope the meteorologist
We got a warning up on the one up here in Kansas. So,
oh, dude,
so
let's do it.
So, might up on screen here. Yeah, it looks like it. So we're looking at this cell now that we were talking about that was in the, it's basically 8 miles east of the Scott County Lake, and this thunderstorm warning will go until 6:30 p.m. And again, that thing's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail in there. Again, like we said, that is very rural. You get here to the north and east of Scott City, there is a town of Healy that sits right in here on Highway 4. But that's, these cells are moving through there. We've got, you zoom in here a little bit, you can see for this hail is potentially in this area of purple. We'll keep an eye on it. I know that HRR models were showing that this was the cell that was probably going to strengthen the most and had just a little bit of rotation in there on the helicity forecast. And then, this stuff out here in Colorado is the stuff that will be forecasted to come in here a little later in these areas, kind of north of Highway I-70. So, this cell, is the one that was kind of forecasted by the computer models to pop up. And again, it does have a warning. When, like we said, this is the state park here, the Smoky River Valley goes through here. There is nothing but cattle until you get to Gove City. But if you get up here towards Quinter and I-70, then we'll, definitely, that'll be affecting travel going down I-70 between Oakley and Waukene. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, that's the only cell we have out here in this tornado warning area in Kansas, but there is, there's the spotters here are kind of lining up in that Dodge City region. So, and that's where the higher dew points are and the warmer temperatures.
That's a pretty nice little thunderstorm that's hanging out there. It'd be interesting to see how that one develops. That could be a fun one, actually. Sorry, I was just looking at it. Oh, that's right. You have it up there on your screen. I guess I could have looked at that one. Yeah, I was just looking at it myself. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Little guy there. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that storm. Gove City, Quinter, and Oakley. All right. So we also have that tornado warning on that third storm down south near the Texas Panhandle. It is near, I guess the nearest town really is Turkey, but that's further up towards the north. Let me go ahead and, my radar beat your radar. All right, let's take a look at it here. You want to fight? I couldn't remember how. I was like,
we found out yesterday you can't have more than 3.
Yeah, we found that out. That was interesting. I did not know that. We couldn't have more than 3. We need more radars. All right, let's take a look. So, again, still a radar indicated rotation on this thing. It does have some hail, but only about 1.5 inches in diameter. This is the area that's being watched right here. It's about ready to cross over Highway 70. Again, as mentioned, kind of a rural area. It's not too far away from the let's see here. We'll get the it's only about 10 miles or so, actually about less than that. About 8 miles from northwest of Turkey. Actually, more about 7 miles northwest of Turkey, that being the nearest town. Antelope Flats, maybe a little bit closer, but might have a little bit of a view too, about 8 miles away. And the town of Settlement, appropriately named, about 7 miles away too. So again, those are kind of the nearest, at least, communities to highlight, but right now kind of right over 70. It does appear, as mentioned, though, that this guy not moving too much. Here it is on the velocity. You can see it a little bit. It's really kind of maintained itself over the past few radar scans. You can see it developing here a little bit, getting itself a bit better organized, and now it's just kind of hanging out pretty much right over one particular area. So it would be interesting to see here if it's going to continue to remain where it's at, or if it's going to start drifting a little bit. I mean, I'm just trying to eyeball this here, the center of its rotation, kind of put it, almost like this wobble path like that. It started up here and it has now kind of made its way down just a little bit. But again, that's just going based off the radar. Regardless of the fact, let's see, are they still radar indicating this thing? Yes. But if there's not something on the ground at the moment, it could be close. I can't guarantee that it will make it down to the ground, but I mean, those are some pretty good radar returns, even from that distance. That would really lead me to believe that if nothing else, there's at least a couple of funnel clouds that this guy has at least produced, or at least a very good rapidly rotating wall cloud. Taking a look here back at this guy up here, again, we go back, and this is now observed yet again. This is the one way up north, way up north of Texas, I guess I should say, just south of Perryton. Again, it's kind of drifting off to the east, so right now it's looking like both it and its hail will be staying south of Perryton unless this thing decides it just wants to rapidly move northwards, but that's not looking likely. It does appear that it has picked up a little bit of speed now, moving to the east at about 25 miles an hour. So that is a little bit faster than what we have seen some of these storms today, this being the area of rotation about right here. So you can see there's a little bit of a notch right about here, which lines up with the radar. Now they're saying it's observed. Let's see if we can't maybe see a signature of it here on the debris. This might be it, just based on where it is. Might be there, but again, doesn't look too strong. So right now we have at least one Trino on the ground, or did within recent moments. And again, that is just south of Perryton, but it's not moving towards Perryton. It will cross over Highway 83. Whether it still has its rotation during that time frame is a little uncertain, just given that it's not the fastest moving system. It's also going to be crossing over 70 here, probably for the next couple minutes here. If this was a faster moving system, we'd say maybe about a minute or the next radar scan. But given how this guy is kind of slowly moving a little bit, probably not going to be for at least a couple of minutes, but still close enough. And certainly some very decent sized hail. You can see that as purple colors there, higher reflectivities, likely indicating that there is some decent hail within that storm. And even if we took a look at our VILs, you can still see there's that hail core being picked up right there. So not in this case, it's a little bit closer to the rotation, but that's just because of the way this particular storm is structured. But you can see there's the hail right there, and then here is that tornado. So again, very close up on each other. But again, for right now, it looks like Perryton not going to be seeing too much from this particular storm. Maybe some showers, though, coming in. But right now, this guy is mainly going to be staying in the open lands, but might eventually begin to make its way towards US 83. Really quick roundup here of some other storms that we are keeping an eye on. Again, mainly just hailstorms around the Midland, Odessa part of Texas, and even getting closer towards the Mexican border. Looks like this is going to have about 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's running very close to the Texas-Mexico border here. Coming up near Sanderson is included underneath of that warning. Little flash flood warning south of Fort Stockton. These guys are mainly going to be producing hail, though, across this part of Texas. The Trionic probability is mainly going to be up here in the northern part of the Panhandle. Again, observed tornado right now south of Perryton, and still keeping an eye on that radar-indicated rotation, which is still looking pretty decent right here on the radar. Yeah.
Go up to our cell up here in Kansas, and again, it's starting to pick up a little bit of steam there on the radar as it's moving across the, like we said, the Smoky River Valley there. We'll keep an eye on this back side of this cell, see if we got anything that'll try to develop in as far as dry air getting put in there and a little bit of rotation. But right now, hail, trying to see if we got any reports. It's out there in the middle of nowhere, so we probably won't get any. But this warning is in effect till 6:30 p.m. I'll be moving forward through Grainfield and Park up on I-70 if it keeps heading in the current direction. Radar indicated hail of 1 inch and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts within that storm. Looking at this stuff out in Colorado, there is no warnings on that. We got the tornado watch that does go all the way up here to Gove County. The north end of that is where this cell is, and we do not have anything yet in that Dodge City, Garden City area. I might take a look at some computer models to see if there's anything forecasted to pop up there, even some satellite info to see what we got going on down there in the Ulysses, Garden City, Dodge City areas.
You're kind of quiet there today, for sure. But yeah, sorry, I was just looking at what you were saying on my end here. Yeah, it is it's just all by itself. It's kind of funny, actually. Just doing its little thing, which I guess is good though for that storm. Do you want to?
When I look at 4 o'clock, when I was looking at the data, it was really showing that one all by itself for at least an hour or two, and then more stuff kind of started developing. But
it's funny how that works. On that.
So,
it's like when you get that one cloud in the middle of a clear day, you're just like, why? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the cloud, but I actually saw one of those the other day up here. It was just completely clear, and there was this little tiny cloud just hanging out, doing its thing.
Yeah,
I just thought it was good.
It does. It's still doing that. It's just keeping that one cell, shows it kind of moving across southern Gove, and then it'll go into like the Cedar Bluff Lake area up on I-70 towards Waukene as we get to after the 8 o'clock or so, and then that stuff starts coming in from the north and west into Goodland and Ray about that same time frame, that 8-9 p.m. So we'll keep watching it, see if that verifies, but it doesn't really, the models aren't showing a lot of stuff happening other than that one cell. So,
which might be good news for that storm. I mean, it doesn't have anything to really compete against. That's what you and I were talking about yesterday with that one storm that I was following it for a while. It didn't have anybody to interfere with it. Unfortunately, it just ran out of time before another storm ran into it. But this guy too. So you got the one up in Dodge City that Chris was just talking about. It's kind of by itself. This guy here, right up in the northern Texas Panhandle, also pretty much by itself. I mean, for all cases, for all intents and purposes, this is an isolated supercell. There's nothing immediately around it. The official term would be discrete supercell, which I hate that word because I don't know how a supercell thunderstorm can be discrete, but whatever. So again, nothing really to interfere with it. That being said, a little bit far away from the radar-ish, but if there is tornado on the ground, which right now it is observed, and I have seen a few reports coming through of at least a funnel cloud, we'll keep an eye. This might be a little bit of debris. This thing is observed, but I mean, it's just such a kind of a shady couple of radar scans here. It's a little difficult to tell. Obviously, if it was a stronger one, it'd be much clearer to see, but this is probably not a very strong tornado if there is one on the ground, just based on what we're seeing with the what we have been seeing with the velocities, but still certainly enough of a rotation. Now, that in mind, hail. It is certainly producing some hail. Chris mentioned that he had seen a 4-inch size hail report. The highest I've seen on my end has only been a half-inch. A little bit of a discrepancy there, but Chris was able to find a 4-inch size hail report. So it was from this storm, right?
Yeah, it's the one down there by Clarendon. So
the one at Clarendon.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah,
there it is. Yes, it was the one that is now this little guy. Yeah, there it is. 4-inch. Right here is where it was. I missed it. It blended in. 4-inch train spotter at 419. Yeah, there we go. So that was from the one earlier, which I believe this is what's left of it. Not sure why that one just fell apart, but it did. So there was that. Right now, like I said, with this guy, the highest I've seen then with this has only been about a half of an inch. Still keeping that observed. Now, I have seen a funnel cloud report come out from this, which doesn't surprise me. But again, I just based on these signatures at the moment, it doesn't appear that there's anything on the ground, but if there would be, it would probably not be very strong. Not to say that won't change. Anything is possible in weather, but at the moment, it doesn't appear. We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, like I said, if there is something on the ground, it's probably not overly strong. This down here, though, kind of interesting. It's still holding that rotation despite the fact that it's running into some other stuff. Be interesting to see what happens with this portion here of the storm near Quittake. I'm assuming is how you pronounce that. Silverton, just southeast of Silverton. Again, also kind of slowly moving, but be interesting to see if this maybe tries to develop into something. And just for the heck of it, we'll watch this storm, but it might struggle since there was some activity not that long ago in that same area. Zooming out a little bit here, again, we saw that severe thunderstorm watch, Midland, Texas, Odessa, San Angelo, Fort Stockton, all the way down towards parts of the Mexican border. Again, this is mainly going to be kind of a hail event for them. Not necessarily, relatively speaking, not as big of a hail event either. Again, so far we've seen about 1.5 size inch hailstones, and we saw one trail warning, I believe, earlier down around this area. But again, this is not where the big activity is expected to be, at least for the day today, is not this area. Though, yes, there will be some activity, certainly, and we'll kind of keep an eye on it a little bit. But really for today, the big activity is Texas Panhandle, parts of western Oklahoma and their Panhandle, as well as this part here of Kansas. And right at the edge of that tornado watch, I kind of find it funny, though, that the only severe thunderstorm in that entire watch box is about to leave the watch box. That happens sometimes in meteorology. This is the one that Chris has been talking about. Chris, have you seen anything new about this storm?
No, there's nothing new on that storm, but I did just kind of look at surface information. We're starting to see clearing up on I-70. So the temperatures have started increasing from the 50s. Now they're in the 60s. And if that keeps happening here the rest of the evening, we'll see more dew points kind of with those southwest winds blowing that 20, 30 mile an hour. That's pulling that moisture right into that dry line up there around Goodland, Colby, where I'm at here in Atwood. And that stuff from Colorado is showing some potential here, that 9-10 p.m. time frame when it comes through. So we'll keep an eye on, see if they'll put up a thunderstorm, maybe a severe thunderstorm watch on top to the north of that tornado watch box. But it is strange. I kind of keep thinking something will pop up down there between that stuff in Texas and the one up there at Gove County. But right now it's just not happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like there's a few. Obviously, there's a little bit of an altocumulus field right about here. This right here looks like there may be. I want to double check where that's. I'm not sure what this is positioned on here. I gotta take a look here at the. There might be a little trough there that I might be trying to focus itself on. Let's take a look at the Wichita. Yeah, there might be kind of like a quasi dry line right here. I say that because not quite as pronounced, but the dew points across eastern Colorado are generally in the 40s. And then across western Kansas, they jump up at least south of the warm front, which right now looks like it's just south of Goodland. I'm just going based on the surface ops without really decoding it too much. I would imagine, if we get this to lift to a little bit of clearing, I wouldn't be surprised if they would try to put a watch or something here. But this right here, I think would be the area that would be interesting to watch. Like I said, there appears to be kind of a quasi dry line right here. And this is the warm front about here. I'm just trying to eyeball this wall with the surface, latest surface observations, not the surface chart. But it appears that this right here, Lakin, Hugotown, Liberal, might be interesting to watch. But the downside is you can see this guy over Perryton. That's the thing about these supercells. That cloud cover is starting to spread out now, so that might limit any potential development in this part here. We'll see maybe what happens.
Yeah, right around Hugoton there, it looks like. You said there could be. something
You see
will
this?
pop up.
Yeah, there's this little line right here. You can kind of see, and it kind of runs parallel with the dry line, but it's only where the warm front is passed. The warm front, I believe, is up here at this time, coming up on Goodland, which, yeah, it's pretty cool. That said, we're going to move away from that. I want to go back to our radar. We do actually have a report here. Brief tornado touchdown 7 miles northwest of Turkey. That's the storm that we've been following down here. It has lost some of its rotation signatures over the past couple of scans, but at least low-level rotation signatures. Let's take a look here at the velocities really quickly. It's still rotating a little bit, but not quite as much as it was earlier. Still keeping an eye on this storm down here. We'll see what this storm does, though. It hasn't seemed to be living up quite to the expectations. Very quiet right here around Canadian, going back down to Pampa. They did have a little bit of activity earlier on. Yeah. What you got for me, Chris? Or us?
Oh, I was just sitting there looking at that. There's a storm spotter up there by that cell in Kansas. I'm trying to see if he's got any. Oh, he's actually. Can we show these guys?
I don't know. That would be a question. That would be a question.
He was showing one. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm watching his little. He's like right behind that cell. It's pretty.
Oh yeah, this is great.
It's pretty awesome. He's in those.
Actually, next one because it's got mountains.
It's Brandon
next to it. It's
Cope.
block for use to the side.
I'm gonna share this.
Interesting. So aside from this one in Perryton and then the one up where you are, those are kind of our two, I'd say organized-ish storms that we have. I mean, this guy over Perryton is certainly, I think, the strongest of the bunch. It's just been kind of doing its thing here for a little while. But, yeah, we're interested to see how the one that you have up there in Kansas developed. And it does look like that little merger is kind of happening. So maybe after that merger, that thing might start getting pretty good looking. There's a little wall cloud there.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it. There's a little wall cloud.
Yeah, that's that storm up in Kansas. And this is Brandon Kopek. He's a weather storm chaser for, I think here, the Radar Omega. And I think this is the one that we were showing yesterday too, Michael, was once in a while. So that is that cloud actually in Gove County, Kansas. So that is kind of cool that we were able to, that storm spotter's up there right behind that cell. So as you can tell, he's zooming in right behind it. Right here is the core of it, that supercell, which you were seeing there. And again, that is, if you're watching that video, he was driving through some of that, those hills and stuff that are going into the down into the river valley there on the Smoky. So we got, the Smoky Hill River runs pretty much here. A little background, that Smoky goes out into Colorado and is actually the Palmer Divide as it comes into Kansas. So that is historically, that Palmer Divide is where the hail likes to track. Tornadoes also out in Colorado. So that is kind of this is a typical area for severe weather, even though there's nothing there. It's had lots of severe weather, heavy rainfall, hail, and you name it. So that cell is south of Gove City. Once it gets moving up there towards the end of the warning at 6:30 here at the bottom of the hour, it should be up there in that Quinter Park, Greenfield area up on I-70. And if it still has some hail, that's something that we'll keep an eye on as it starts crossing I-70 up there. That warm front is pretty much draped right along here, I-70. So there has been, talk in Weather Service discussions that this could end up being another round of potential hail storms. And even they had talk in the discussion of, to keep an eye on the isolated tornadoes as well. So we'll keep watching that, see if anything develops. That stuff is now, out here in Colorado. No warnings on it yet, but again, it's growing, and so is this cell back behind the one going through the park. So we'll keep an eye north of Scott City. That is crossing 83 down there in Logan County. So that Logan-Gove County line on 83, traveling to Scott City between Oakley, we could have some hail starting to develop on that cell there as well.
Decent hail. Hey, you look, guys, doing pretty good there.
Yeah, I got 3 of them there popping up now, so there's something here.
Well, it might be. Let's flip back up here really quickly on mine. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery really fast. We'll see if we can't. Give me a second. I gotta get my satellite up. Let's take a good look here. So,
got a fly as big as a horse in here.
they're up here where I am too. They get pretty big. The flies are a little ridiculous sometimes. Like I've had some flies that I'm just like, you almost need to be categorized as a bird. So
it's too warm in February. It started too early.
I hate flies. I mean, I don't hate them as much as the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes are ridiculous up here. But the flies are certainly a good. Flies kind of get everywhere up here, and then you have to then they die, and then you have a pile of them. And I'm not even joking. Like, I've been quite a few places up here where there's literally it's you pull back the window blind and it's just a pile of dead flies. I don't know why are we anyways. Yeah, we're about severe weather and dead flies. Hey, why not? Yeah, that affects
green.
That affects people too, All right. So the storms that are bubbling up are doing so pretty much right behind where the warm front is trying to lift. This is US 40, and then down here is US 50. I-70 is located right here, and then it kind of turns its way a little bit. So the warm front right now appears to be pretty much right in this area. So certainly a very quick certainly some quick destabilization going on there. But what's interesting, and that we were talking about just a few moments ago, is how it's kind of somewhat quiet right here. But we got this line that runs Lakin, Ulysses, and Hugoton. Might try seeing something fire up from that. Here's our big supercell guy near the Perryton area. You can see its cloud cover covers quite a few counties, even back into Oklahoma. We have this storm complex here of what was individual storms now kind of morphing themselves into, kind of running into each other. You see how the upper level winds are bringing those high level cirrus clouds from that storm, or those those little wispy blowover clouds way off to the east over to Clinton, Oklahoma. So pretty good distance there. That's sometimes the cool thing about these supercells. Especially the ones with really big cloud tops, is the upper level winds will blow part of that cloud top. It gives it that anvil look, but it's sometimes, to me, it's always impressive to watch just how far that anvil can spread out ahead of the storm. I've seen it quite a few times. Yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, well, it's kind of common, but it's just cool. It's what I'm trying to say, Chris. It's cool. All right, not like the flies. This is cool. All right. There's satellite imagery. There, y'all happy? All right. Side note, take a look at this, though, which I think is pretty cool. We were talking about the dry line. The dry line is pretty much right. Well, let's use green. The dry line itself is pretty much about right here. All right, so you can see just how dry that air is behind it. You see very little cloud cover. right behind it, but yet you see a decent amount of cloud cover, and we would denote the dry line like this. Cover up all the warnings. There we go. That was a terrible dry line. Anyways, there you go. It's a very dry air here. Let's go back up to our good friend, the radar here. I want to take a look at that. Our guy down around Parrington is right now that appears to be our main contender for the moment being. We'll see what happens with our good friend over in Kansas here in just a little bit. But some of this activity might not get fired up until closer to sunset anyway, at least with the way things have been looking. Still has a little bit of a hook feature to it, absolutely. Still by itself, absolutely. Still in kind of a favorable atmosphere, absolutely. So this storm is still hanging on pretty decently. Still got that rotation there at the surface right now, just radar indicated. Again, there may have been a little tornado that this thing might have produced, but again, it didn't look like it would have been an overly strong one. Taking a look, we got a couple of storms that have ran into each other here. A little bit of a mess going on. I will say, though, there's still a few pockets of rotation that might be worth watching. We'll watch this section right here, and then maybe this section down here. We'll see here if we can get the rotation to redevelop. Wow. I don't know why that was so hard to say. Again, just still severe thunderstorms, general down across parts of southern Texas. Really, like I said, this is kind of our main guy at the moment, though we have storm up in Kansas. Let's take a look at this guy here coming up at Grove City. Wow. You know, how many times do you accidentally say Grove City when trying to say that town's name?
We don't, because it's the Grove County.
Oh, man. See, I'm from Ohio, and in Ohio, there's a Grove City.
Yeah.
So every time I see it, I want to say Grove, but and Grove City is not located in Grove County.
Yeah. And it's a county that's got a state park with the Castle Rocks. It's kind of famous in Kansas. People jump off I-70 and go down there. It's wind formations so you got these mushroom rocks that come out of the pastures way up in the sky out in the middle of nowhere. And it's all wind erosion.
Rock mushrooms. That sounds like a band.
It's like limestone chalky stuff.
Yeah, but rock mushroom. You know, we should start a band. The Rock Mushrooms.
Limestone mushrooms.
Limestone mushrooms. There, like a limestone mushroom. That'll be our first single. Like a limestone mushroom. All right.
Oh boy.
Oh, hi, Michael. Oh, we're fired? Oh, okay. No. Oh.
That would probably work. That song would probably work.
Yeah, like a limestone mushroom. Yeah, absolutely would work. And we have it recorded, so if anyone steals our idea, we could just sue plagiarism. And then we can make more money, too. We're on to something here.
All right. Still got your hook.
Let's
anything new reports. No more new
like I said, unlike yesterday where there were storm spotters everywhere, today not as many storm spotters again. It's a much larger geographic area too. I would imagine that when we're dealing with this type of a setup, where yesterday it was a little bit more focused. This one, especially with the dry line involved, kind of creates a long area of, isolated severe weather type. I guess is the best way to word that without overwording it. So especially from a spotter standpoint, very difficult because, once you pick your storm in this type of setup, you pretty much have to stay with it because the next one's like 2 hours away. Which is, again, good if you're that thunderstorm because, again, not much in your way. But let's take a look here. I'm going to take a look really quickly. I just want to see some of the I just want to see if any of the new short ranges have sprung up here. Ooh. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, Chris, it's literally going to be staying like that. I mean, it's so you were talking about the one up there is kind of the only one in Kansas. I'll tell you what, some of the latest HRRR, the HER, really kind of doesn't really show a lot of excitement. I mean, which is kind of to be expected with this type of a setup. I mean, that doesn't shock me. Just kind of these isolated severe storms that aren't really going to be moving too far. And especially once the sun sets, they're going to start kind of tapering down a little bit. Might be a little bit of an oomph sometimes around sunset. You can get a little bit of a uptick in some of the thunderstorm activity under the right conditions, especially if you're ever out in the Midwest on a hot summer night. Sometimes that likes to happen, and it gives you a really cool lightning show. But I want to say that just, the latest HRRR really it's not shown too much, but then again, it really hasn't throughout much of the day. I was just reading out loud what I'm seeing here.
9 p.m., that line kind of picks up in northwest Kansas with some least heavier rain and probably some small hail. You're kind of seeing that on the model. It kind of come in pretty strong around 8 p.m. and then 9, 10, 11. I guess that's more closer to midnight. 11 to midnight.
After midnight. I will say, though, some of the short range, they've been kind of jumping back and forth with this activity across central Texas this overnight tonight. It keeps wanting to show like some kind of an MCS, but then it keeps like taking it to the next time zone. And yeah, it's interesting. That's why I don't forecast Texas. We got our own problems up here in the upper Midwest. Models.
The rain totals on those are around an inch. That's them strong cells down there. In Scott County are showing 311 as the top on those. So that's a lot of rain for out here. Anything 2 to 3 inches will.
That'll flood just about anywhere. Oh, flash flood warning. Again, because these guys aren't moving very fast. Watching this thing around Quiticay, I'm not sure what language that is, to be honest. Near Turkey, I guess. Rotation has picked up a little bit within that, but I did want to highlight there was a flash flood warning that was just issued, and again, it pretty much encompasses that whole area where southwest of Memphis. Again, as we've been talking about, these storms are not moving very quickly. They're really just drifting. In fact, as we saw a little bit ago, I showed you guys, for some of these storms, it's just the updraft is just almost remaining stationary. Right here, even over the past half hour or so. I mean, that's as much as this area has drifted. So very heavy rains over this, kind of, drier area. So that certainly is a flash flooding thing. And I'm wondering, let's see here. I mean, this one up around Perryton is moving at least a little bit more. So it might not be as much of a flooding setup, but we'll see. We also got this guy now firing up just north of Texas 15, I believe that is. And we'll see what this guy develops into. But, it seems like there's some, this area is starting to kind of get filled in a little bit. But this guy's still going strong. The National Weather Service is actually tagging it for 2 3/4 of an inch size hail, which is a pretty decent size hail structure here. Take a look at it there popping up. But I'll tell you what, this guy popping up just north of Spearman also really quickly starting to show some hail here. So this certainly jumped up too. Again, just north of Spearman. We're going to wait a few moments. I'm going to keep an eye on this guy here because take a look at how fast that fired up there, Chris. Look at that. Boom. Hello.
Yeah.
Barrington might not miss out on the fun after all. We also got a certainly appears to be a little probably mid-level rotation. Oh, and just like that, there's that severe thunderstorm warning they just put up for 1.5 inch size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, the 60-mile-an-hour winds, I think at that point is pretty much just a courtesy. It's mainly for the hail. 1.5 inch size hail. We'll see. I mean, if this guy is being tagged right now for 2 3/4 of an inch size hail, we'll see if this guy, it's the same environment, hasn't really been touched too much. Been bubbling up on the backside here. Yeah, we'll see what it does here. And I'm curious to watch this section right here. We'll see what that guy does. But for right now, I will say though the downside is it looks like we're starting to get at the edge here of the Amarillo radar coverage. So we're going to probably start losing some of the clarity, and I don't think the Dodge City radar is any closer to it. In fact, it might actually be farther out. We'll keep an eye on it here too. Also want to keep an eye on this kind of developing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's going into the radar hole there. So,
yeah, the void. It's going into the radar void. Otherwise, yeah, just these storms kind of drifting along. I'm kind of curious about this, and I'm wondering if, since that just happened, if we might see some stuff starting to fire up here now around Garden City. And I'm wondering how much of this might have had an impact over the outflow forming up here. But, I mean, I'm still curious. I would imagine. I mean, I have been wrong before, but I feel like we should be seeing at least one more storm firing up right around here. That would make sense, but nothing has yet, which is kind of strange. I mean, it does look like there is a dry line, like quasi-dry line. I mean, Dew Point Lamar is 34, Syracuse it's 39, and then the dew point jumps up to 59 right over Lakin. So that is kind of a quasi-dry line. You can even see it right here on this radar. But the question is it going to get a little bit of a nudge? Now, it does look like, this is kind of interesting, it does appear that the dry line is advancing a little bit past Amarillo. If we can get it back up here in just a moment. See, it looks like it kind of bulged out just a little bit. Kind of cool to see it there moving.
Mm-hmm.
See, they bulge out a little bit, but it also looks like it's retreating. And that dry lines are weird because they like to just kind of move around to what they feel, I guess. Look at that. 27-degree dew point, 89 in Dumas. And look at that, 91 with a 26 dew point just past Amarillo where the dew point 64. That's impressive. And these dry lines can do that. I mean, I've seen some single-digit dew points before, as I'm sure you have, Chris, with these dry lines.
That area there is just that's prime for that New Mexico Texas border.
Well, yeah. What a lot of people don't realize, is because of the way the elevation. The people think that the Great Plains are flat, but they're actually not. It's a slow incline going, from east to west. So that air is descending all the way down. Now, it has the biggest descension as it comes off the Rocky Mountains, obviously, but that gradual incline, or I guess decline as you head to the east, helps that dry line to also kind of move a bit more sometimes into the Central Plains. But, yeah, as Chris was saying, I mean, this area right here, it's especially because the mountains are right there. Yeah, this is typically where the dry line is the strongest. And like I said, sometimes some of the notable severe weather outbreaks out in the plains have been dry line initiated. Again, kind of acts as a bit of a front. I mean, you could argue that it's a front, but it's also kind of not in a weird way. But yeah, so this time of the year, especially with the cooler air coming off the Rockies, warming rapidly as it descends, doesn't pick up any moisture though as it comes out. In fact, it loses some of it and creates that dry line. But it looks like the dry line's backing up a little bit. at least going off this radar scan here, yeah, it looks like it's backing up a little bit. So I'm curious if that might open the door for maybe something to try redevelop, because it looks like these guys kind of fired up.
A lot of times you do see, because that's the air from those thunderstorms are pushing that kind of like an outflow with the dry line, and I think a lot of times you do see storms pop up on that.
Yeah,
move weird, and they kind of just sit, and we can see there that area up in Kansas too. You would expect something in there, but
you know what would be fun to do right now? Drive around the beltway of Amarillo.
yeah.
Go in and out of that drive. Back in August, when they had that heat wave up across part of the upper Midwest, I did that. I drove. I met where the frontal boundary was now around Minneapolis, and just look at that. You can even see these little take a look. You can see these little vortices moving along. It's pretty impressive. Actually, while we're on the topic, I do want to see what Amarillo's. I want to see how much they're. So they went from a 57 dew point. Wow. So they were at. A dew point, a relative humidity, Chris, of 16% about an hour ago. Now they're up to 57%.
There you go.
That's and the temperature, I just want to see, it went from 90 degrees an hour ago to 81 now.
How west and how east is the wind shift there?
The wind shift went from here we go. So it was south-southwest at 200 degrees, 18 miles an hour, gusting to 26. And then as the last observation, which is the one you see here on the screen, it's from the southeast, 130 degrees, 21 miles an hour, gusting to 43.
There you go. That's an outflow thing.
Yeah. The southeast, well,
it'd be coming.
Let's take a look here at our guy. Still radar indicated. Starting to lose it, though, a little bit. How's this guy doing down here? It's still trying to hang on a little bit. Does appear that there is a little bit of a hook trying to form right over the Caprock State Park, west of Turkey. I wouldn't be so. I mean, we'll see what happens with this little guy, too. I mean, could maybe be a little weak tornado or a little funnel cloud, at least, that might try to pop up. We'll see what we can get here on the reports. It does look like we might have had a tornado report about 10 minutes ago, which would line up when we were looking at it last time. But yeah, we'll keep an eye right now. But again, there's a 3 1/4 inch size hail coming from Enping right around this area. So yeah, it's certainly getting knocked around, that's for sure. A little bit of a hook right there, though. Be interesting to see what this dude tries to do. And again, that's Turkey, west of Turkey, just north of Quittake. New severe thunderstorm warning is issued. I think that's going to take over these two individual ones. They have tornado possible, 3 inch size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. So again, you can just see that updraft has really just kind of remained by itself. So we'll see what that thing tries doing. Chris, these storms are not. When was the last time you've seen storms move kind of this slow?
Oh, I mean, they do that, in fact, especially on these dry lines. So, but these are not moving at all, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
They're kind of building, back, the north and west there. So lots of rain.
Yeah. that dry line's moving back. Yeah, I noticed that too, but a little bit. It's like the storms themselves, like the storms themselves are kind of drifting northerly, but the complex is kind of building back a bit. So it's this weird, I guess, well, it's opposite for me, but it's this kind of weird, almost somewhat northwest prop, but the updrafts aren't moving, they're just. Yeah, they probably won't have to water their garden for a while.
It runs down the Cap Rock.
Well, they might have to water tomorrow then. But at least they don't have to water tonight.
That Cap Rock's beautiful. Just kind of you drive and it's flat, and all of a sudden, woo, there it is, big old hole, and interesting.
They get those in Florida. They get those in Florida, only they're called sinkholes. Joking.
Those are much different.
Or potholes if you ever drive through Indiana. Just nice and flat road, and all of a sudden, just there goes your tire, there goes the engine. No, I know what you're talking about.
I'm going to take
a
quick break here.
It's funny because hey doggy, what's up? It's funny because people often think of states like Oklahoma as just farms and stuff, but the Panhandle, it's very geographic and hilly and semi-arid, obviously, and your part of Kansas is that way too. Which I always thought Kansas and Nebraska always were kind of like one of those two states where, like, culturally they were Midwestern, but to a degree, geographically, they're Western. You know what I mean? It's kind of a strange mix for Nebraska and Kansas, a bit how, culturally they're pretty Midwestern politically too, but geographically, especially the western half of both states, it's very Western. It's, the Wild West. Hey, tornado warning for your storm in Goodland or near you.
And we also, I bet you that's the one we've got. What Kopech on there? Storm.
Let's take a look
to see what he's got.
I'm still here. Let's see. He's moving. And now he's not moving.
He's in the rain. So you can kind of see where he's at on this. So he's kind of on the wrong side. Basically, let's see what we got here for the tornado warning. 6:29 tornado warning for southeastern Gove County until 7 o'clock. Radar indicated rotation. This thunderstorm will remain mainly over rural areas of southeastern Gove County. So if we got some rotation in it, it will be tracking here basically along the Smoky. That is rural, so there isn't anything out there other than that storm spotter, and I bet you he's going to get where he loses his signal. So again, that's a tornado warning on that cell with the potential radar rotation here. Kind of zoom in. We can look at our velocity scans. Here we go.
Yeah, a little notch.
Little notch right in there. So that is what the Weather Service is picking up on. It's got a tornado warning in there for till 7 o'clock, and again moving through the rural areas.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off while you had your radar up. There's also a little notch with that storm just to the southwest too.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that one coming on the back, crossing the highway there, just crossing the highway 83, that little bend that's out there on the county line. So that is actually right on the Scott County. That's just north and east of the lake, Scott County Lake, and crossing the highway there at Logan, Scott, and Gove County line. So we got a storm that doesn't have a warning on it, but we'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure something could be popping up on that one as well. So these two cells are kind of training right behind each other. That the computers were estimating that we could, get upwards of over 3 inches of rain in this area. And again, that looks like it's kind of verifying itself with these cells training in that area. They are moving faster than the cells in Texas. So little difference there. We do have, this warm front. This stuff is projected to come in here and kind of merge with that as that moves off to the east and northeast, and could have maybe some severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff out here as we head towards that 8-9 p.m. Again, we've had the storm systems that have been tracking through here. We had last Thursday, we had Saturday, and then the storms before that, these lows have come swinging out here through here with the dry lines. Rain has been falling north. These counties up here on the state line have been getting rain, and then it's just been dry right here. This has just been dry. And this is where we have, whenever we get the winds and the fire hazards have been in this area. So rain is starting to get back to normal. If we catch 1.25 inches with this system, we would be back to normal precipitation for annual or departures from normal north of I-70. We're still very dry down here south, and this time of year, that becomes important because we start planting here as we head into May and need to get our crops in the ground, and they need moisture to do that. So everybody's kind of banking on this, and these type of storms, that we can call $1 million storms if you can pick up, those inch amounts of rain at a time, moving into May, and that May time frame is when we get stuff in the grounds.
Now, how does this area handle? I'm not too familiar with Let me try this again. How often does this area experience flash flooding? Is that a common thing?
We get flooding with the storms that really dump, and these training type storms, and again, they're always in the lower areas. You've got, we got a Smoky River that runs through here, and then up here is the Republican coming out of Colorado, so it runs through here, and then you got the Platte up here. So those are your main tributaries, and then you've got a Sapa and a Beaver, and that's where you always have the flooding. Everything else in this area is up, plains up on top. Where I live, we live on the Beaver, and we have a lake in here, and it's hilly and valleys that we just kind of drop off into the hills. We do have flooding often if we get 3 inches of rain out here between Goodland. So that Beaver Creek runs right through here. And, if you get 3, and there's springs out here too. And if the groundwater, if we're back to normal and that, these springs will start running too. And if you get those 2-3 inch type rains in here, then you'll get flooding coming down into these communities, Herndon, and then it goes, it meets the Republican right here. So that's generally where you have your flooding, is in on those creek or river bottoms. They're not really rivers out here. They're dry most of the time, but when it floods, they fill up.
Hey, you got temporary rivers.
So here is our warning. We were just talking about this cell. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Thunderstorm for southeastern Logan, southwestern Gove counties until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm. Here they are as we speak.
Hey, it's Joel.
Hey, Joel.
How are ya?
How you doing?
Good. You got a moment for us with everything going on all of a sudden?
Yeah, we can do that. We've been up here on YouTube giving it a whirl. So,
Well, I will let the EAS thing, because it just kicked on for, I think, probably the thunderstorm warning, but we will get to it right now. Give me just a second.
okay.
Do you want me to take over for a few, or you got it?
Yeah, we'll be doing this going on the radio. So, we'll hear it here.
Ooh, you get to see it live, folks.
You get to do it live. Did this the other day with that blizzard and tornado. It was pretty cool when we did that one. They're actually doing 5 radio stations, so it'll be Dodge City, Colby, Goodland, then some bunch of smaller ones in between. So
We also have a new tornado warning over Spearman down in Texas. That the Parrington one is no longer tornado warned, but the one that popped up right behind it is picked up a little bit of rotation. So they put a tornado warning on that. That's going to be for Spearman. And that's going to go for another 35 minutes. Again, storm not moving very quickly. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail, according to the National Weather Service. And again, given the hail reports we've seen, that sounds incredibly likely. Tornado, again, right now, nothing confirmed, but the rotation is certainly there. Looking at it on my end here, really quickly, as it does appear.
With meteorologist Chris Schromick for the latest. First, we have that tornado warning, and now that new thunderstorm warning with the latest, Chris.
yeah, we've been watching these storms here last couple of hours, and the computer models were suggesting that we'd have one cell that would kind of pop up in that Scott City area and move to the northeast. And it has picked up in intensity. We got 2 cells out there now that are moving to the northeast. One is the first cell has the tornado warning on it in rural parts of southern Gove County. So this is pretty much running along that Smoky River Valley in southern parts of Gove County. It's got radar indicated rotation on it, and we are seeing it here on our radars that we're watching here on the live stream, and you can see that it's got a little bit of a notch in there and that rotation in the velocity sector. So there is a storm spotter that is in that area chasing it here for Radar Omega, and we could see some video or some pictures coming out of there as that tornado. Now that is very rural. There's not a lot out there, but if you are living along that Smoky in that southern Gove County, it is a tornado warning. There's rotation in that cloud. Would need to take cover. More general, that severe thunderstorm warning, that tornado warning is in the box. It includes Gove City, Quinter, and I-70 from Grainfield to Quinter. Once that cell starts passing the highway, there are potential for 1-inch size hail in that. And as we get towards the end of that, around 7 o'clock, we could have that up there on the interstate. That second cell is in southeastern Logan County, southwestern Gove County, just moving out of Scott County. That one, too, is starting to show a little bit of rotation in that southwest corner. It does not have a tornado warning on it, but it would have that 1-inch diameter type hail and the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That one has crossing 83 right there in the curve or the bend right at the county line, and moving into those rural areas again in that southeastern Logan County, southwestern Gove County. There is another cell that's kind of popped up just to the south of Oakley, and one to the south and east of Oakley. We'll keep an eye on that. This could form a large complex of cells and keep moving off to the northeast between Oakley, Quinter, and Waukene on the interstate. The other thing is the computers are suggesting that 3 inches of rain will fall where those 2 cells are tracking. With that type of amount of rain, we could see some flooding in those lower areas along the Smoky. So those are what we got going there as far as those warnings. They're until 7:30 and 7 o'clock. The tornado warning is until 7 o'clock. So if you're in that southern Gove County down there in the park area where the Castle Rock Park is, get out of there or take cover if you see that cell coming in. The other thing we need to watch is the storms out in Colorado. They do got special weather statements on them. They could be becoming warnings. Also, that activity is scheduled to move in north of I-70 between 8 and 9 p.m. and would have potential for some hail. Weather Service is still talking about the potential there, that 8, 9, 10, 11 p.m. of maybe an isolated tornado, but there are still potential for 1-inch hail, maybe those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as that stuff comes in from the north and west out of Colorado as well. But the immediate concern for the listeners on the radio here at Northwest Kansas Radio is this activity south of I-70 now, but could be moving up on the interstate that 7 to 7:30 time frame with some hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
All right, thank you much, meteorologist Schramek from Atwood. We appreciate your time, and if things start to change again, we'll give you a call. And again, I do appreciate it. That is meteorologist Chris Schramek here, Rockingham Media Weather.
Okay.
Yeah. Do that radio.
We've been doing that for 20
Make
years.
a trip. Yeah.
We didn't have a-
It's on a little
thing-
radio.
This makes it a lot easier having all this stuff. These guys are covering 5 stations, and there's only like 5 employees. so when you have those big outbreaks, it's like you just kill them if you go all afternoon past 10 into the early morning hours. That person has to be back in at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So I think what we're doing here is kind of perfect, because you could just leave it live like this, and people could so I've kind of, it's been excited. This has kind of excited me the whole time since we started talking about this back in September. So
Oh yeah, it's pretty. I've done a little bit of radio myself. Of course, most of it was pre-recorded. Did a few stations we tended to pre-record our stuff, but then I know at college we did a few things live like you did, it's pretty fun.
yeah.
Especially if you ever I know back before back when people still listened to radio. Well, I mean, sorry, let me rephrase that. Back when everyone throughout the day you had your radio station, you know what I mean? And everyone had their specific station. That's where they got their new. We're talking back in 60s and 70s, it's interesting listening to some of those old tornado outbreaks that were covered on the radio, much like how they'd be covered on TV today. I always thought that was very interesting. Nowadays they simulcast. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, because you know more about radio than I do. But I from my understanding, I know a lot of the stations sometimes they'll simulcast. They have an affiliation with one or two. They'll simulcast.
Yeah, and that's what we just did there. So that when there's severe weather now, that radio group owns the 5 stations out in this area, Dodge City to Gillen to Colby. So when that one DJ puts us on, and then they'll have somebody at the studio in Gidlin and Colby, reporting what's going on there, and then it'll broadcast across all those stations. So
it's pretty cool.
So, but you cover a lot of distance that way. But that gets hard when these severe weather events, because look how far that is. You're all the way Dodge City to. The signal goes all the way to Ray. Man, you get an outbreak. It's just crazy. The one we did the other day, was it last Thursday? It was like a workout, because we had, I was by myself. Michael would come in a little bit, and then these 3, we have a radio station in Atwood, so you had this one calling, and then the one in Atwood, and then we'd talk 20 minutes. 5 hours of that, I was like, I'm too old. It's like,
well, go figure. That was like the one day of the year I was busy. But imagine you're
5 hours, and you can handle the 5 hours straight. My voice starts to give out.
Mine gives out as soon as I'm done. But it's, I guess for me, because I did the broadcast, you did radio, I did TV, so it was kind of it's the same thing. You sometimes especially with TV, nowadays, because the big thing is that they the big thing is they want you on until the tornado warnings are expired. So I mean, there have been times where I've been on and there's not even any rotation signature anymore, but the warning is still going, and so you have no choice but to just. And every station is somewhat different, but that's generally, at least nowadays, most every station I worked at, that was their policy. From as soon as the warning is issued to as soon as it expires. Now, in some situations, and again, Kansas being one of them, where the markets tend to be a bit bigger in terms of area coverage. I know sometimes they can kind of pick and choose a little bit, but yeah, no, doing the nice thing about radio, though, I will say that I've always kind of thought was neat about doing severe weather updates on the radio as opposed to doing it on air is that on radio, I feel like it's not as much of an information overload because in radio you obviously can't show the radar, and you can't show you can't show visual graphics. So I always thought in that way it was very unique because with radio you could convey more of the information. I always felt like without the distraction. For example, you were kind of naming off the towns and whatnot without ever showing a radar image, which for somebody working outside, or who's familiar with the area, but I always just thought that was something very unique about radio severe weather coverage, which I always, like I said, thought was very interesting. It was just that, it seems like you could convey more information without as many distractions, if that makes any sense. Whereas on TV, we have the crawl, we have the warning thing, we have the video, the radar, and then person up there sometimes. And sometimes I would step off screen because, just showing the radar, no need for me to be on screen sometimes. But pretty cool with radio. Radio is I always thought it was just a very interesting medium or media because it's all sound, no visual, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah, and then when I the first time I did this, I know that was my thing was once you do radio, once you get going, you just go and you can talk. But when this, you had to multitask the same thing. You're just turning the camera on. But you're watching the radar, you're clicking, you're watching the text come in, and to keep talking without that was and that takes time, and as you get more comfortable multitasking and knowing all this stuff, it gets better. So I can this has been a month now, 5 weeks that we've been covering this, and hopefully we're getting over that.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a growing business.
I watch. When you watch some of those guys, I think some of the ones that have lots of viewers, they got some editing going on or something, because you can hear the pauses and stuff. So
we when. In broadcast, the thing that, and I was always kind of on the minority of this, and I'm curious if you ever had this with radio, but when I would do severe weather coverage, I actually found it was more difficult to do it with more than one person than it was to do it by myself. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but from a broadcast standpoint, I can easily step off screen and have the graphics displayed on TV, and then sit down at like a computer or something and be able to move the radar myself and look at the storm reports coming up on a second screen. Whereas when there was more than one person, I always thought it was difficult because, you'd have one person that would be moving the radar, one person that would be up screen the whole time. And the times I had to do teamwork, it was actually difficult because when you're up at the wall the whole time, you're unable to, see firsthand those reports and, you're limited to whatever is being shown on screen. Brandon Kopech, I'm guessing there near Spearman, or no, he's the one up.
He's the one in Kansas.
That's right. So looks like a little wall cloud there in the distance. I wish you would be able to zoom in. But yeah. So in broadcast, I always thought that, like I said, it was trickier to do it in a group, and I think it was, it came out because most meteorologists were the opposite. They, it was harder for them to do it by themselves. But I guess for me, it was one of those things where I like to be able to see what information is, I want to know everything that I can know. And that's easier to do when you're by yourself, as strange as that sounds, at least when I would do it. So, yeah, that's looks like a little tiny wall cloud he had there on his shot. We got a third person joining in. Hey! No,
Push the
okay.
wrong button here. Trying to figure out how to get him off there now.
Hold on. I could let me see. There, he's gone. There. Ha. Eliminated just like that. All you had to do is ask him. All you had to do is ask, Chris.
How do I get Kopech off?
So really quickly, while we're quick moment here, and then I'm gonna have you pull that right back up there. But I do want to come back to that storm in Spearman here really quickly. I know we've been on a little bit of a tangent about broadcast. This is Spearman here. It does look like there is a decent amount of rotation, albeit whether there's something on the ground, again, a little uncertain to tell. We are looking a little far away from the radar, and velocity does show a little couplet there right on the northeastern side of Spearman there. But our correlation coefficient radar is not of much use right now. And even then, I'm not sure if it would be able to pick up much, but there is a little bit of a hook right there. And we can see there is somewhat of a couplet. Now, again, this storm not moving very quick either. So it'll kind of slowly drift. So honestly, I mean, this is like one of those weird things, if you're a storm, if you're out, observing these storms or whatnot, this would be a very, I don't want to say easy day, but I mean, you don't really got to move much. For a while. This thing's only going, 10, 15 miles an hour at most. So it's going to slowly drift up now. We'll see here if that, how long the signature comes up. Right now, it's right over 15. It's probably going to kind of continue to run maybe very close to parallel to 15. We'll see if it holds up to Waka, but these have kind of had more of a northeasterly path there. So this thing might kind of be parallel with 15 for a little while. But again, this is the notch here. Again, not the strongest signature. It's very possible that there, is a funnel cloud or a wall cloud or something visual. But all things considered, not probably nothing strong if there is something on the ground. But again, right now it's just radar indicated. Main thing is this hail, and that hail is going to be coming right up on Waka here, south of Farnsworth, southwest of Farnsworth. This will probably try to make its way in, but again, right now, the heaviest of that hail here that we are tracking with this, I'll highlight it here for you guys. It's going to be this area right here, especially that portion just outside of Waka here. Again, about 2-inch size hail, 2 3/4 of an inch size hail there. And again, that's where it's located. The rotation itself is right down here in this portion. So I think for this area right up along Texas 15 here, mainly going to be more of a hail thing, but certainly some rotation. That Trento warning is going to stay in effect here for another. Now we have a Trento that has been observed. Trento warning is still in effect for another 17 minutes or so. So it does look like that our little notch right there. On the northern side here of Spearman, looks like just north of County Road 759 and Highway. Let's zoom in a little bit here. It looks like it would have been on the northern side of Spearman, right around Collard Street. Again, probably a weak one. Let's double check the text here, but confirmed Trento was located over Spearman, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. This is from law enforcement, so pretty good source there. Trento baseball size hail. Again, hail being the big thing here. We weren't able to see much on our radar imagery, so it leads me to believe this might not be the strongest tornado, but certainly one nonetheless. For right now, I guess we'll consider this thing is at least still on the ground. Again, it was over Spearman, and it's slowly kind of drifting its way to north here. Right there, a little hook, yeah.
It's Joel. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hey, you got to come up with this new tornado?
Yep, I can get her here.
Cool. All right, I'm running a real quick 1 minute thing. I'll be right with you.
Okay. They reported a land spout as it crossed 23.
Land spouts.
Gove County one. So
The technical tornado that's a tornado but not a tornado.
it said video. Copic must have sent a video in. It said somebody sent a video in. Radar, because it's still saying radar indicated on the warning.
Yeah, land spouts are.
Just saw it come over from the weather
They
service.
may appear nearly transparent until dust and debris are picked up or a cloud forms in the funnel. The average tornado, but tornadoes have been known to move in any direction. The average forward speed of a tornado is 30 miles per hour, but may vary anywhere from stationary to 70 miles per hour. Again, tornado warning has been issued for our area. Seek shelter immediately. Stay tuned to this local radio station for further details and updates. All right, you're listening to the Rockingham Radio Network, and let's get to it. Let's go back to meteorologist Chris Schromek, and we just heard it on the EAS, and now it's time to check in with you. What's the latest yet, Chris?
Okay, that cell that's moving through southern parts of Gove County is now lifted to the north and east and is in central parts of Gove County. And when it crossed Highway 23, there south of Gove City, there was video footage that came in of a land spout tornado. There's a small tornado that is verified there by a trained weather spotter, and it also is a radar indicator that there's rotation in that area. So the Weather Service has extended that tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. Again, that is southwest of Gove City. It has crossed Highway 23 and moving to the northeast into parts. We eventually crossing around that 7:30 into Trigg County. Again, if it keeps taking the course that it's on, eventually as you get towards 7:45, 8 o'clock, it could be nearing Cedar Bluff Reservoir. Also the interstate there between Waukeeny and Quinter. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. We do have the thunderstorm warnings that are in effect until 7:30 as well. That covers all of the southern half of Gove County from Gove City to the Scott County line. There to Highway 4. There is another cell behind this one that does show a little bit of notch on the radar here. So we need to keep an eye on that. That one could also develop another tornado warning with it as well. These cells are kind of merging together. Again, they're still south of the interstate, but as we get towards that 8 o'clock, that 7:45, they may be nearing it. They do have 1-inch size hail in them, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and these isolated tornadoes. We'll also put down 2-3 inches of rain. So here eventually later this evening, we could see some localized flooding. The activity now up in Colorado does have a thunderstorm warning on it as well. It is for the next 45 minutes until 7:45. That does include Yuma County across all the way from just south of Yuma all the way to Ray. Does come across 385 into near the state line. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning out there on that activity in Colorado. That is suggesting that there could be the potential for $half size hail. A trained weather spotter has reported that size of hail and also could have the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Max hail size 1 1/4 inch, wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that is the next wave we could be watching. That storm eventually here around 8 o'clock will be crossing the state line into Cheyenne counties and eventually could affect Sherman, Thomas, and Rawlins County, as well as the counties up in Dundee and Hitchcock in Nebraska here later this evening.
Chris Schramek, a fantastic meteorologist. Chris, we appreciate it. I'm sure we're going to be in contact with you throughout the evening, so we do appreciate your time. Real quick, let everybody know kind of some of the resources that you have available for people.
Well, we've started working with American Weather Streaming Channel. I cover the state of Kansas for the company, and what we're doing is developing a online product that can be customized for your family, your business, and home through a weather app where you have direct access to your own personal meteorologist. So we can send our forecast out through our Weather Valet phone app to you every morning. It's local. We are the only local meteorologist in the tri-state area that is, other than the Weather Service, that is doing a video format and this cell phone direct messaging. So it is a direct messaging app on the phone. You can ask us where, when, why, and questions of where you're going. And then also, if you go to our Facebook page, like now, this is being live streamed on Facebook, as well as our YouTube channel, myweathernow.com. And you can see us covering. There's two meteorologists on here, Timmy Albertson and myself. We're covering the storms down in Texas, these storms in Kansas, and now in Colorado. And we have, our live radars up and our warnings as they come through our software systems. We also have videos that are coming in from trained weather spotters with our Radar Mega. And Timmy the other day was also in Iowa chasing some of those storms. So we have our own meteorologists that are doing that. And again, we're providing that here for we're covering the radio stations, YouTube, and Facebook live at the same time, and getting these warnings out to people by text message and that. So to get signed up for that, go to weathervalet.com. We got subscriptions for about $1 a day for families and businesses, as well as follow us on Facebook and YouTube, and you'll know when these live severe weather coverages are happening.
All right, thanks much, meteorologist Chris Schramek. We'll talk to you in a few minutes here as the warnings keep popping up in our listening area.
Yay!
We ran her down.
Ran her down.
You disappeared.
I'm still here.
I'm going to let you take over. I can go get my dog out and take a break for a second.
Sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we are tracking some storms that are located out across parts of the High Plains this evening, courtesy of a good little, dry line and also a frontal boundary that's hanging with us here. How you doing? How is your little excursion there into the world of the real, as opposed to this world being the world of the web? One thing I've been wanting to kind of get your input on here, Chris, is this storm kind of coming out of eastern Colorado, which will be coming your way. You know, it does appear to have a little bit of a notch kind of with it here, a nice little storm here. You think this thing might try to intensify as it crosses into extreme northwestern part of Kansas?
Yeah, this is something we were, I've kind of mentioned this earlier. The Weather Service was kind of picking up on this storm coming out of Colorado and merging with that warm front. Those winds and that frontal boundary is now, you can see that eastern dynamic in the wind shift that's now pretty much down I-70. And as that comes into Kansas, those dew points out there where that storm is now is in the 40s. You get to Burlington now, it's up to 58. We got 62 in Colby, 63 there in Goodland. Then you get up a little farther north, and on the Kansas border, we're back down into the upper 40s. So as that complex comes into Kansas, let's say between highways 36 and I-70, that looks like an area where you could see some severe weather. They were talking about the potential of the hail and maybe some isolated tornado development. And it looks like that little notch area is kind of coming right down that line that we're talking about there, where that warm front and dry air and moist air kind of meet.
Yeah, absolutely. And to help you and to give you as you mentioned with those dew points right now around the Ray area and Eckley, lower 40s. Dew point does jump up to about 46 degrees around St. Francis, and then about 58 degrees over in Burlington, Colorado. But a little bit higher than that. And then you were talking a bit about these storms that you have down here in western Kansas too, around Gove County. They did extend that severe thunderstorm warning here into Trego County for tennis ball size hail being the main thing with this storm. Tornado warning, still radar indicated on that.
Let me see if there's any. I when I checked earlier, we had the funnel. Let me see if there's any hail reports coming out of that one.
I haven't seen any on my end.
Yuma County, Colorado, Yuma County, Camaroto. I think Colorado. I think I did that on the weather report. There was the 1.25 inch hail report. Gove County at Tintel 7. There was a 13 miles southeast of Gove, which is that kind of that same area where they saw that landspout tornado crossing 23, 1.75 inches. So live video feed from a storm chaser showed them holding a hailstone of approximately golf ball size hail with that storm there. So we got 1 3/4 inch hail on the cells down there in Gove County with the tornado warning still in effect, and the severe thunderstorm warning now into Trego County, and as well as 1 1/4 inch hail out there in Yuma County, Colorado.
Yuma County, not to be confused with Yuma, Arizona.
Yeah, it's the huge county in Colorado. It's got two courthouses, east and west.
Huge county in Colorado doesn't really narrow it down. We got some big ones. I know what you're saying, though.
Weld County is the biggest one up there. So, yeah.
I still say, though, getting really off topic, San Bernardino County is ridiculous. They need to split it. That's just unnecessarily huge. Tornado warning is now in effect. Speaking of which, Chris?
We're just talking about it here. Okay, tornado warning is now on that little notch area that Timmy was and us were talking about just a second ago. Let me pull up what we got here.
Yeah, you can go ahead and take the radar if you want.
Got the wrong radar here. Oops. Where's my radar? Can you click on that, Tammy? I can't. It's hid behind something on mine.
Hey, I'm unmuted. Why am I? What in the world? All right, give me a second. Give me a second. You done messed it. There you go. You done messed it up.
Okay. Okay, tornado warning has been issued by the Weather Service office there in Gidland at 6:19 Mountain Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located 15 miles south of Eckley, 17 miles southwest of Ray, moving east at 35. Radar indicated rotation on that cell. That is a cell that had the potential, or did have the 1 1/4 inch size hail as well. If it continues to take that course, it'll be moving south of Ray between Idalia and Ray across 385 at the it's towards the end of that watch box in about 20 minutes here at 7:45. Again, that's radar indicated rotation. Could be a small tornado in that area heading towards 385. So if you're traveling between Ray and Idalia, Colorado, maybe you want to stop either in Burlington or up there in Ray and let this storm pass. Or if you're out there living in that area, please take shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning that's pretty much from Eckley to 385, about 5 miles south of Ray, and another 5 or 8 miles north of Idalia. That is a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. for Yuma County. And
You also have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect on that storm just south of you. Looking pretty good here on the radar.
So we got tornado warning now for south central Gove County, 7:45 until 7:45. 7:21, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles north of Healy, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, a tornado, and quarter size hail. Again, this was one we were kind of tracking there. Thought maybe we were starting to see a notch forming on that, and we can see in here which radar we got going. We are looking at that right here, north of Healy. We're seeing that radar indicated rotation. Here's the one out ahead of it. So you see these two potential small tornadoes. You can look at our velocity and see if we are seeing that as well. There we go. Yep, we got this one here in that north of Healy area, and then another one out here in those rural parts of Gove County. So we got tornado warnings until 7:30 and 7:45. We got severe thunderstorm warnings until 7:45. I believe probably this one's probably till 8 now. Yep, 8 o'clock, covering pretty much. This is the Cedar Bluff reservoirs on this end, all the way back to the Castle Rock State Park, moving across southern Gove County with 2 tornadoes, warnings, potential rotation and tornadoes in those rural parts of Gove County. And then again, we've got the one out in Colorado we're also watching in the Yuma area. Same thing here. We're looking at this cell, see what we got here for seeing the color changes on this one as well. And that one, that area here is what we're looking at. There's a little bit up here in the top of the watch box. Again, this is got 1 1/4 inch size hail. Definitely could have some winds in here, 60 miles per hour. And more action here for northwestern Kansas and northeast Colorado.
Oh, it looks like a little tightening up there on that Colorado storm. If you zoom in, it looks like there's a little right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yep. Sitting here, I'm getting messages from the other radio station. Okay. So, severe weather, northwest Kansas. We got 3 tornado potentially radar indicated. Again, we were kind of talking about this earlier that the potential was there. We will see what this does once it starts working its way. I think we just talked a minute ago the difference in these dew points in this area. There's a big difference once you get up here north of 36 versus what you're sitting here on the interstate. This is kind of tracking, in that area. Computer models are suggesting as this gets towards 8, 9, 10 o'clock, these storms could intensify a little bit over this area. Let's say from Atwood to Goodland to Colby. Potential, we will continue, potentially large hail and maybe the isolated tornadoes into later periods here tonight. Has there been any watches issued for this area?
No watches yet. At least nothing that I could see on my end. It's been just trying to think here. Yeah, I don't see any watches across northern Kansas, but I wouldn't be surprised if that changed. Let me double check with the SPC here and see if they're going to be putting out anything here really fast. I think they got a watch. That's going to be for Central Texas. They have not put out anything for northwestern Kansas, but I would imagine, at least given that storm, I would be surprised if they didn't at least throw up a token severe thunderstorm watch for a little bit here. I don't see, they don't have a mesoscalar discussion or anything up yet for that part of Kansas. But like I said, I mean, given that it's just one storm, but we'll see. Like I said, or maybe at least extend the Trento watch a little bit. But yeah, this time no active watches yet, and nothing planned, at least that I can see on my end.
Here's that video footage of that second cell down there in Gove County.
Oh, is that Brandon again?
Yep. He's turned. Now he's back on that second one. The warning's gone off the front one for the tornado, but this is that second cell. You can kind of see what they're seeing out there. So,
could you enlarge that a little bit? I'm curious. It should be no. If you no. If you go up to the top right of the video, it's you were just on it. There you go. So that's a nice little wall, wall cloud he's got there, and keep that up really quickly. I'm just going to show folks really quickly what they're looking at here on the radar, and then we'll flip that right back on. Whoops, that was the wrong thing. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get my thing up here. Sorry, there we go. So he's apparently about right here. So this is the area that you just saw there. That little rain shaft thing with the wall cloud is this spot right here. That's what you're looking at on that particular live stream right there. So
it's got a cracked window.
Probably ran into some of that hail. That is what I was trying to avoid yesterday. Though I was so tempted. I really wanted to get into that hail up in Grant, but there it is. So
he's cruising on that dirt road.
I was on one of those myself yesterday, and I just, if they're dry, it's one thing, but when they get wet, and it is difficult. And you all sometimes you don't know where those roads are going to go or when they're going to end. But I'm imagining that the Brandon Coppett guy is probably a little bit more familiar with this terrain than I would be. Regardless, though, good shot nonetheless. Now, if only he could zoom in, that would be the $1 million shot. If he could zoom in a bit, because I'd like to see what's happening inside that. If we can see any lowering or whatnot. I mean, it does look pretty decent, at least on the reflectivity, but whether or not, of course, ironically, it's one of those, storms that's right at the edge of both radars. That seems to be the trend today.
Yeah.
So he's got that shot. And I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to look at it from it's very difficult to see. It's what exactly is it? Looks like there's a lowering, but kind of just to the right of center, if you look.
Mm-hmm.
A little, yeah, right in there.
Yeah, he's quite a ways away.
Yeah. Well, and that was the problem, yesterday when I was out, it was the same thing. It's the rotation, but it got rain wrapped so quickly with some of those storms. So they still got it as radar indicated, which I guess would make sense because we can't see anything off of that video. Like I said, if only he had the ability to zoom in. And that's one thing I think next time when we go out, or when I go out, probably we'll try to be in positions where we can zoom in a little bit because it looks like there's a funnel in there. But the problem I have on my end is that, it could just be pixel resolution with that rain. But it certainly looks like there's definitely a lowering in there on the right side. But I can't tell if that lowering is reaching the ground, and I'm not quite sure if they can tell either. But it certainly looks on the radar imagery, which I'm going to pull up here really quickly, and then we're going to go right back to this. Right here is what he's looking at. So this little notch right here. Now, unfortunately, there is a little bit of this rain coming up here, so we'll see what that's doing. That's going to affect the inflow here. And I guess I shouldn't say unfortunately, but might make it a little bit tricky to see here. But anyways, yeah, definitely kind of has some of the structure there. It's just a question of whether or not it's going to be able to get it down to the surface. Also, brand new severe thunderstorm warning in just to the south of that storm near Ray. Little less severe thunderstorm warning that is there, about 1 1/4 inch size hail. I don't think that is a live one, is it? That you have up there. There you go.
Where
So
am I losing my radar? You see my radar over there anywhere?
I'm sorry. Give me a quick second. Here, you can borrow mine.
Okay, where? Oh, yeah, over there.
Oh, that rotation kind of
Okay.
seemed like it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, just a second here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now on that cell. It looks like it's in northern Kit Carson County and southern Yuma County, moving to the northeast there at 6:22 p.m. A severe thunderstorm located 13 miles southwest of Cope or 15 miles north of Siebert, moving east at 35. Radar indicated golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this one is going until 7 p.m. Mountain Time. That'd be 8 p.m. Central Time. And again, we've got now a tornado warning to the north of that, to the south of Ray, and then that severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much the Highway 36 from Cope, moving into I-70 area north of Burlington in that area. So severe thunderstorm. We don't have a watch up yet, but we do have these warnings out in Colorado. Do expect them to cross into Kansas here at the 8 o'clock hour, and potentially there could be severe weather for Sherman Cheyenne, Dundee, Hitchcock, and Nebraska, Rawlins and Thomas County. They're north of I-70 here between 8 and 10 p.m. this evening.
Yeah, and that tornado warning does continue in southern Gove County, albeit I will say the rotation does not look quite as defined. A little bit, it looks like that rain that snuck up on it has kind of interfered a little bit with the inflow at the surface here. We can pull up that Brandon's there, but that wall cloud at least is still there. Is this a live shot?
I don't know where we at. That looks like the same one.
Yeah, so still radar indicated at this time. It does look like it's gotten a little bit of interference, though. There, we'll see if that storm is able to recover from it. Still pretty quiet around Garden City and Dodge City. Not much happening there at the moment. As far as Perryton is concerned, that tornado warning does include, half of the city, I guess. However, much like the other storms, it's a little bit tricky to see it on the radar, just given the distance that we're on. Sorry, this whole time I was we didn't have. Was my radar on, or did I just throw yours off? I'm sorry, Chris. I just looked over and did I just throw yours out?
No, no. I was over
Sorry
here.
about that.
No,
Chris, tell me about the. Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Got multiple radars going here again. Is that yours or mine? I think
that's yours.
Okay. So getting back here, we've got the one tornado warning now where Brandon is with the radar Omega. And then we've got these, looks like this tornado warning has let go here as this crosses 385. So now we've got the cell in Ray that's on for another till 7:15, or that be I got my time zones changed here, so we'll be looking at 8:15 Central Time. Time zone changes once you get here into St. Francis. It'll become Central Time. It's Mountain Time out here. It's Mountain Time up here in Dundee, and it'll be Mountain Time in Sherman. So as this stuff moves into across the state line, we'll be talking the 8 o'clock hour to 10 o'clock. Out here in Colorado, we're 7 to 9 o'clock. So we're moving these cells through. We've got the line out in Colorado. This activity that's down in the Gove County is now worked its way on that severe thunderstorm warning area in Trigo County. Has worked its way to the interstate along between Quinter and Waukene. So there could be some hail, at least heavy rain up there on the interstate between Quinter and Waukene. So if you're traveling to the east of Oakley or to the west of Hayes, there is the potential that you might have to pull over for some severe weather crossing the interstate here over the next 45 minutes or so. We'll still got this tornado warning down here where Brandon's at. Still showing that wall cloud. And again, that's pretty much the rundown. We got storms coming in from Colorado with severe warnings on them. Storms out on the dry line or the leading edge out there in Gove and Trigo County.
Yeah, and taking a look at that storm in southern Gove County right now, again, still looks like it's maybe trying to reorganize itself. I mean, that little band of rain kind of just came out, and looks like it kind of interrupted the inflow of this storm. But also keeping an eye on this part here too. I know they extended this severe thunderstorm warning a little bit. We'll see here. Velocity is not too impressive right now. Storm certainly has some rotation within it, absolutely, but it doesn't look like it's organized enough yet in the lower levels. Here's that rotation, again, that prompted the tornado warning in southern Gove County. Again, it's still there, but you can see it's kind of backed off a little bit, not quite as tight as what we were seeing. So we'll see maybe if this tries to reorganize itself a little bit again. Some of that rain just kind of came in and interfered with the inflow there. So we'll see here maybe what happens over the next couple of radar scans.
Okay.
Oh, looks like it's trying to reorganize.
Yep.
Do we have Brandon Speed still?
Yeah, he's right here. Sounds like he's still going.
Yeah, I would imagine. That sounded like some wind.
Oh, now I blew him up. Oh, now you can see some lightning in there.
Ooh. I do love me a good lightning show. It's one thing I love about nighttime thunderstorms. Is they always give you a very good lightning show.
Are you seeing that up there?
Seeing what?
Brandon's.
Oh, you got two of them. I'm not sure which one you want.
Yeah.
Is that the live one?
I think so. Let me see. Nope.
That's a C. That's a letter C. Now, there we go. We have so many tabs open now, you and I.
I know. I'm forgetting like which one am I on?
You know, it's really funny because I'm that way with internet tabs, and I know people don't believe it, but I routinely, when I was working in broadcast, would have upwards of about 30 tabs open on one browser, and I knew what every tab was, despite the fact that you couldn't see the names of any of them because they were so compacted. This one? There you go. Is that like a GoPro cam or something? That's kind of that weird, what do you call it? Spherical shot. Wow. Yeah, I'm just not gonna say it. They canceled that Trento warning.
On this one?
Yeah, Gove County, they canceled it, but I'm curious if they'll bring it back. Like I said, the rotation looks like it's trying to reorganize. See, you know what? If you look to the left, I'm thinking that's that rain that got caught up in the inflow. I would imagine that's what that would have to be. And see, earlier when we were looking at it, it was clear over there, but then that rain kind of came in, and it looks like it got pulled in. And so, because if you look to the right, doesn't well, I'm not exactly quite sure which way he's looking into this thing. Is it on his left or is it on his right? Because that would determine whether or not we're looking at north or south. Regardless, it's a nice looking. It's a nice looking thing.
Okay.
What do you think? You think we're going to start seeing this activity tapering down now that we're getting closer to sunset?
Yeah, I think that front stuff we probably will. And then the stuff coming on in the back, we'll see if that holds together once it gets into the crossing the state line there. Okay, I'm going to shut him down here. Let's see. I think I lost my radar.
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that actually goes into Nebraska. Of course, that's not saying much given the fact that Nebraska is like 2 miles away from that storm. Get your radar.
Community tabs open.
Right? That's nothing.
Right, I think that's mine. Is that mine? Yeah. Okay. Now we're back in Colorado. Okay, we got the one in Ray. Now includes Dundee County in Nebraska for another 50 minutes until 7:45, maybe 8:45 Central, 7:45 Mountain. This would include the cities of Benkelman, Ray, Hagler, and Park in Nebraska. That's clipping the northwest corner of Cheyenne County in the Rickery Breaks area through on Highway 34 from Ray to Benkelman. Potential there for hail. Radar indicated we could see hail upwards of golf ball size and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour and will be between Highway 385 between Laurel and Whackers 227 and 245. So that is where it's crossing on 385. It's heading towards Highway 34 from Hagler to Benkelman here over the next 45 minutes. So got severe thunderstorm warnings now that include most of Yuma County on the western side, and now eastern Dundee County, northwest Cheyenne County in Kansas, and northern Kit Carson County in Colorado. Severe thunderstorm warnings with the potential for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This stuff will be crossing into Kansas at 8 o'clock, and we'll see if we'll get warnings that'll include Sherman, Cheyenne counties here for St. Francis, Goodland, and eventually where I'm at here in Atwood, Colby, could be looking at that 9 o'clock Central Time frame, 10 o'clock for those two counties. We'll see what happens here. Sun is setting. See if this line loses its intensity. We're starting to see no more tornado warnings down here on the stuff in Gove County. This stuff has moved rather slow once it's gotten over Gove County. Both cells together, right? I was estimating that we could see 3 inches of rain in those areas, and I'm sure we are. I didn't notice the roads very wet that Brandon was traveling, but he was probably obviously staying on the outside of that tornado on that southwest side where it's not raining. So he's still in that vicinity. Let's see what he's got here. This Chris.
Hey, you got a moment for us?
Yep, I can go.
Appreciate it. Sightings and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Ray around 6:45 Mountain, 7:45 Central, so that's right now. We do have, along with us, Chris Schrammick, our resident meteorologist. And Chris, thank you so much for joining us today. And we've got 3, if I'm not mistaken, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Can you walk us through those?
Yeah, we've got thunderstorm warnings. We've been talking about this activity that's in Gove County. We got severe thunderstorm warnings that do include Quinter, Gove City, and the southern parts of the county. That first warning that was out extending into Trego County, it looks like it has been let expire, but we do have some that activity right on the Trego County line, Gove County, and then working back into southern half of Gove County. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 30 minutes out there in Gove County. This storm has a history of tornado. We did see some footage up here from Brandon Kopic with Radar Omega that did show a potential funnel. You couldn't really see in the rain shaft if something was actually touching the ground, but there was a wall cloud and some indication of rotation by radar. And then we go out to Colorado with this new line of storms that's now coming into pretty much. We got the first warning that's out ahead of it in the Dundee County and far northwestern Cheyenne counties in Kansas. That is in effect for here for another 50 minutes. So again, that's where we're having the mountain time change zone there. So we'll be looking at 7:45 mountain time, 8:45 p.m. here in the central time zone. And we do expect this activity to probably hold together as it crosses into Kansas. This line now extends all the way back to just the west of Hagler, crosses 385 to the south of Ray, then back into the west of Idalia, the Cope area, and working its way into northern Kit Carson County, north and west, or north of Siebert, northwest of Stratton and Bethune. This stuff is kind of moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Does have a history of 1.25 inch size hail. Does have some tornadic rotation as it was in parts of Yuma County. So we can't rule out that maybe an isolated tornado warning could pop up with this, with a small potential tornado, but it does have radar indicated wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and that 1.25 inch size hail. So we got this stuff working in from the west over the next hour. We'll be moving into Cheyenne, Sherman counties, Rollins, and Thomas counties, Dundee, Hitchcock to our north in Nebraska through 10 p.m. here this evening. We'll just see what happens here as the sun sets, if it loses its steam as it crosses into Kansas. But right now, it does have warnings on it to at least into southwestern Dundee County, northwestern Sherman County, and then Yuma counties and northern Kit Carson counties in Colorado, moving to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Chris, thank you so very much for all of that great information. Meteorologist Chris Schrammick on the line with us. As we look ahead here to the next hour or so, hopefully all of the thunderstorm warnings passing, can you give us a quick glance ahead into the next couple of days and the forecast there and this weekend?
Yeah, what we got looking ahead is, we got this storm system that'll have the severe weather with it here yet this evening. And it looks like, if you get under some of these cells, particularly north of I-70 here, we could see a good 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rainfall. When this system pulls past us tomorrow, we're going to see a gusty north winds at probably 20, 30 miles per hour. It will be cooler. We're probably only talking temperatures like we saw today in that lower 60s. So it's going to be a chilly day. When we head into the evening hours on Friday, looks like we've got another disturbance that will come through. It's got a good indication that we'll see another line of showers and thunderstorms similar to what we're seeing out here in Colorado move through in the late afternoon and evening. We could see some, again, wind gusts up there to 60 miles per hour. And we've been having hail with all these systems. So it does look like they're, again, it's kind of the same track, mostly along and north of I-70. Could pick up another 1/2 inch, 1 inch of rainfall. That's the good news. If we can just dodge the wind and the hail with them, we would be picking up, that 1 to 2 inches of rainfall with these next two systems. That would get us back to normal or departure from normal precipitation for a 3 month to 9 month, 3 month out to a year. We'll be back to normal. That means we'll start to see things green up. Hopefully that'll eliminate the fire weather conditions that we've been seeing and some of the drought concerns. And then we've got a nice weekend. We'll see high pressure move in. We'll have 2 days heading back into the upper 60s, lower 70s. And then Monday, Tuesday, it looks like we'll have the south winds kicking up and the potential of another system moving through late Monday into Tuesday with potentially another round of severe weather.
Chris, thanks so much for all that great info. That was meteorologist Chris Schrammick, and we have, as he mentioned, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. All of the tornado warnings have expired. Now, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Trigger.
All tornado warnings are done for. If you missed our talk with Chris Schrammick, he gave us, as always, great information, and we will talk to him. We will play that again in just.
Okay. Well, as we speak, we just got another thunderstorm warning out in Trigger County. So we now have actually 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Kansas. We got the lead edge that's out there in Gove County, now Trigger County. That includes Waukeeny, and all the interstate from the Trigger-Gove County line to Waukeeny is included in that warning. This is crossing the interstate. It has potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, golf ball size hail. It's radar indicated. The severe storm will be around Collier at 7:55 p.m. and Voda at 8:05. So this is out there on the interstate. If you're traveling I-70 between Waukeeny and Quinter, we have the potential for hail, upwards to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So please take precaution with that storm that's now between Waukeeny and Quinter. We got the activity in southern Gove County that did have the history of a tornado. And then looking back to the north and west, we got severe thunderstorms that have been moving into the northwestern Cheyenne County, between kind of out at the breaks to the northwest of St. Francis, all the way back to Benkelman to Hagler, extending southwest through Idalia and Stratton, Colorado. All that is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Again, 1.25 inch size hail, golf ball size there, and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that activity coming out of Colorado.
The tornado warning down around Perryton has also been allowed to expire. However, we have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect down around, you guessed it, our good friend Turkey. They've been getting that same storm is still there. Still there, Chris. I think it's not moved much. Yeah.
I wonder how much rain they've gotten.
A lot. I'm wondering if there's any Kokura stations down there, because that would be interesting to see tomorrow morning. They probably got at least a couple of inches. Yeah, it hasn't moved much, but the rotation has kind of cycled up a little bit. And so there is actually an observed tornado, according to this, which, again, we've seen with this storm at times. It's going to be right here, right near Quidake. Let's take a look here exactly what they're tagging this with. There's a confirmed tornado that was located just 4 miles northeast of confirmed tornado was located just 4 miles northeast of Turkey. All right, so it's 4 miles northeast of Turkey. So we're actually going to be looking into, give me a second here, this section right here. So it's going to be 4 miles northeast of Turkey here, kind of out in the open, but it's public reported. It's pretty much right up on Texas Highway 86. Again, this storm is not moving very much. They have it at 10 miles an hour, which could be a little generous, given that this has literally been the same storm. You can see here, it really hasn't moved much. So it's even the same updraft, believe it or not, Chris. There's 2 updrafts with the storm, and neither has really moved much. Very, very interesting. Regardless, it's an observed tornado that's on the ground. It may not be a very strong one, but certainly one nonetheless. Again, that this tornado warning is going to be in effect for another 29 minutes. We'll see here. We'll kind of keep a little bit of an eye on this, but I just wanted to bring that up. That is our latest tornado warning. But as far as the one up around Preston, that one has been allowed to expire. They have extended the tornado watch into a few of the Oklahoma counties on the west, including Woodward, Oklahoma, Cheyenne, Elk City, going all the way down to Altus, Oklahoma. So they did extend that watch a little bit, and some of that might be in anticipation of some of this activity making its way out. However, as we have seen, aside from that storm down around Turkey, kind of a general weakening trend. So it may just be more or less a buffer type of extension, just in the anticipation that if these storms might take a little while to weaken off. On a side note, completely in a different geographical area somewhat, there is a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued not that long ago. It includes Austin, College Station, the North Houston suburbs, the Woodlands area, the Woodlands, the town, not the Woodlands over here, but and this watch is going to go until 2 a.m. Central Time. They are seeing a few storms out that way, mainly some hail, but I think there may also be a possibility for some gusty winds with some activity that could try developing later on. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect not too far away from the Palestine, Texas area. This is going to include Crockett, Centerville, Buffalo. Some flash flood warnings also in effect in those areas, mainly just heavy rainfall with some sub-severe gusty winds, but maybe a little bit in the way of 1-inch hail. Severe thunderstorm watch still remains in effect for another hour around Midland, Odessa, San Angelo, Fort Stockton, all the way down to Big Bend National Park. This again for another hour. No active warnings within this watch at this time. There is a special weather statement and a flood advisory, but otherwise, again, the storms that were present there earlier were mainly just kind of marginal hail producers, marginal size hail producers, I guess I should say. We're starting to see that activity moving out. Whether they may cancel this watch early, but it's only got an hour left. We'll see what happens with it. But I think for the most part, the activity in Midland, Odessa is pretty much done. Dodge City, just not seeing much at all right now. They have also issued a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that is going to include Goodland, where you are, all the way up to McCook and Hastings, Nebraska. Again, that watch is going to be in anticipation of that activity moving out of Colorado. Now, the real question is going to become, what are they going to do with the watch down here in Dodge City area, Chris, because they just have not seen any activity fire up, and it's getting pretty late. I'm wondering if they might go ahead and this watch is in effect until, let's see here. This watch is in effect until... Boy, did it even give me a time? Well, it's in effect for a while still. I'm wondering if they might cancel it.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything there. Now that the sun's set, I don't know. We will.
Yeah.
And then this line up and coming in and out of Colorado is kind of a whole different, that's your actual low and upper part of the low. So dry line kind of storms are kind of not likely, I don't think, in that area. We keep watching this one that's out.
Look at that. They just canceled the watch in Dodge. Just as we were talking about it, they canceled the watch in Dodge City and Garden City.
Okay. So as we thought, the watch has been canceled, and they got new severe thunderstorm watch in place in northwestern Kansas and southwest Nebraska. That's probably going till 1 a.m., 2 a.m.?
I believe 2 a.m., if I remember. Yeah, 1 a.m. Mountain Time, 2 a.m. Central Time.
Okay.
And that goes all the way from Beloit, Kansas, all the way back to where you are, Goodland, up to Imperial, Hayes Center, and Hastings, Nebraska.
Okay, so that's covering a big chunk of northwest and north central Kansas, southwest Nebraska, south central Nebraska. Again, these storms have had a history of 1 1/4 inch hail, wind gusts of 60 miles an hour, and did have an isolated tornado in that cell that's now right on the state line, Kansas-Nebraska border, has moved into northwestern Cheyenne County. So we got rain that'll be moving into the Park area in southern Dundee County on 34, eventually Benkelman. Potential for the 1.25-inch hail. So if you're at Benkelman, St. Francis will be next. It's moving through Idalia now. And again, be prepared for some potentially large hail, heavy rain, and it looks like this will put down potentially a good inch of rain for some folks. So we're going to see some good rainfall out of this if we can just dodge the hail. That's probably the biggest threat here next couple of hours across northwest Kansas, southwest Nebraska, coming out of Colorado.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be much of a wind thing yet, but I'm wondering if this thing kind of becomes a little bit more of a line, if that might enhance at least the wind a little bit within that. I'm not thinking this would be. I mean, there could be a little, depending upon how this thing goes, could be maybe a little spin up, but yeah, pretty interesting. And the dew point's kind of low ahead of this, 49 in Oberlin with a temperature of 58, so kind of right at the edge, really, of what you would expect to be seeing. Well, I mean, you can get severe thunderstorms, in cooler conditions, but there is a 1-inch hail report that came out south of Ray a little bit ago. This was 7:42, so about the half hour ago. 1-inch size hail 5 miles northeast of Vernon, Colorado, in Yuma County. That is the only hail report that we have seen. However, this storm that's moving into the Nebraska side still is probably packing, I would say, at least maybe some 1-inch size hail, maybe 1.25 inches, but it's a pretty rural area. So we might not get any reports from, unless this thing clips, well, it's over Hagler right now, so we'll see, I guess.
I got one of the other radio stations calling here to see. He's probably wondering if it's going to get here.
Hey, Chris, I didn't want to catch you in the middle of doing stuff on the live stream. What are you expecting for us? Are we going to see some nasty stuff locally, or what are kind of your thoughts?
Well, that line looks like it is holding. They put us in a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah, I just saw that.
So right now, it does have the warnings on them all the way from Benkelman through Hagler back to the north of Stratton. So it's holding together.
Right.
1.25 hail and wind gusts 60 mile an hour.
Is it moving to the northeast up there?
Yeah, it's east-northeast movement,
Okay.
40 mile an hour.
All right.
So it's in Cheyenne County now. So St. Francis will be 8:30. McDonald will probably be in Rollins County 9 to 10.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, do you want to do a quick deal on the radio, or do you have time?
yeah, we can do a quick one.
Okay. Stand by. Hold on just a second. I got to get my computer set up here. Yeah, where's my deal? There it is. This is 106.1 KYVC. Good evening, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado. Joe Turek on the phone with meteorologist Chris Schramek at Decision Weather and Atwood, as well as America's Weather Training Channel. Chris, we have thunderstorm watch is now in place until, really kind of first thing tomorrow morning, like 2 o'clock, and already seeing some development around the Cheyenne County area of western Kansas.
Yeah, Joe, we were talking about this morning on this morning's weather talk that we had the potential of maybe some of this stuff. We knew we were going to have this dry line and severe weather down in southwestern Kansas, Oklahoma. That stuff really only developed one cell, or 2 cells actually, in the Scott City area that has now worked its way into southern Gove County and western Trigo County. It's now crossing the interstate between Waukene and Quinter. It does have the history of some large hail and did have a wall cloud in it that potentially had a funnel and at least radar indicated location in two of those cells here this evening once it crossed 83 and moved through southern Gove County and locations like that. We had some pretty good video up on our live feed of a storm chaser that had pictures of that. We couldn't really tell if that funnel actually was touching the ground or not because of the rain shaft. And then now we focus this activity. That stuff's all moving away. And now the stuff that's on the coming in on the frontal boundary and out of Colorado is a large line of thunderstorms that now extends from Siebert, the Stratton area, Flagler, all the way northeast into northwestern Cheyenne County and western Dundee County. We got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect till 8:45 Central Time, 7:45 Mountain Time that go through Dundee County. That reaches the Kansas-Colorado border. At that time frame, we'll eventually see Sherman and Cheyenne County pop up. That watch has been in place for all of I-70, northwest Kansas counties, and southwest Nebraska to Holdridge, Hastings, the Holdridge and Hastings area up in Nebraska, and Norton, Phillipsburg, and Beloit on 36, into Kansas. So that goes to 2 a.m. in the morning. What we're looking at for the immediate Highway 25 area from Trenton, which would be Hitchcock County, Rollins County, Thomas County, probably between 9 and 10 p.m. We'll see this line move through here. First up there in Nebraska, because that's kind of the front edge of it, along that Kansas-Nebraska border. So folks on 34, and then 36 will be, behind that, roughly in that hour, covering a county at an hour at a time. So over the next hour, that'll be moving through Cheyenne County. We'll see those warnings probably pop up with the potential for the 1.25 inch size hail, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Eventually that'll move through that 9-10 o'clock time frame for Highway 25 in Rollins, Thomas County, the Trenton area. And the good thing with this is it looks like we're going to get that half-inch of rainfall. We've got more rain forecast and maybe another round of severe weather similar to this on Friday evening. And we should pick up, that 1 to 2 inches of rainfall with these two systems, which does catch us back the departures from normal. We'll start greening things up. And good news is we hit into May when we start planting stuff and see if we can get some drier weather, less hail, more drier weather there maybe in the later parts of next week. Get out in the field and get some of that work done, and then see where we can go from there. But again, we got a severe thunderstorm watch here till 2 a.m. Looks like for the immediate radio station area at Colby, Atwood, Trenton will be in that 9 to 10 o'clock. Expect some thunder, maybe some hail, and some winds shaking your roof and shingles a little bit during that time frame. And hopefully we miss the hail, get the rain, and then tomorrow morning we'll be back on the air with forecast talking about Friday and Monday's weather, and hopefully a nice looking weekend.
Chris, where it was kind of cooler today than what they were originally forecasting. Originally, they were saying, highs in the mid to upper 70s, and today's highs were in the low to mid 60s. Will that help possibly reduce the chance of hail or anything severe in the local area?
Yeah, it kind of the first round of stuff this afternoon. Because of that, we were kind of capped and didn't have the potential as much as, say, south of Oakley. So you saw that tornado warning pop up, and it included county south of the interstate and southward. That, because of the cloud cover in this morning's, the cooler temperatures, we did not get into the 70s like they did down there. So that eliminated that first round of activity. Now this other line coming in here, there was some debate or questions, how strong this would get. But as the flow turned back around, the sun did pop out late this afternoon into that 5 to 8 o'clock time frame. It did kind of warm us up a little bit. It brought the dew points back up. We have upper 40s along 36 and 34. You get down there on I-70 were in those mid upper 50s. So it kind of recharged things a little bit. So that's what we're seeing here this evening, is that line moving through with more of a lifting mechanism than not just a dry line. It's an actual frontal front boundary of a low, and that lift is creating this potential for the hail and wind gusts here this evening.
Chris, I know you're online tonight, streaming with America's Weather Streaming Channel. If people want to follow along, where do they need to go to watch?
We're on live right now on Facebook, the American Weather Streaming Channel Kansas Facebook page. We're also on myweathernow.com, on YouTube. And if you want to get these live feeds, we got 2 meteorologists on here this evening. We've been covering the stuff in Texas, the tornado activity in Gove County. And then we'll probably be back on potentially Friday. And next week, you can just click, to go to myweathernow.com, hit subscribe there. That'll get you in the feed. And then if you want direct text messaging with us, where we can send you morning forecasts for local, personalized to your schedule for work or home, we can get those out to you every morning at 7. And then we provide updates, and you can message us throughout the day if you got stuff going on. If you need to move cattle, fix fence, plant your crops, worried about spraying, you can just direct message us when you're going to need to do it, and we'll try to time that for you and get that going back and forth. So you can subscribe to our phone app at weathervalet.com. If you register, you'll get messages from us for a couple week trial, but you can't message us back. If you subscribe for around $1 a day, or that $30 a month, you can have this be prepared throughout the year. We just get 1 or 2 events forecasted for you, and that will earn the money back for the year subscription for you. And again, that's what we're trying to expand out here in the tri-state area with what we're doing both live and working with the radio stations, getting the weather information, spotter video, fed back out, and stuff you can watch at home whenever you want. And this live stuff is on there permanently. If you want to go back and watch, we had some. I know Becca was worried about the tornadoes there north of Topeka the other night. His family, she can go and we were doing that live, so Becca could have tuned in and saw what we were talking about compared to the information she was getting there, relaying back and forth with her folks. So pretty cool stuff we're doing and providing this out here in Northwest Kansas.
Well, absolutely. It's really interactive, and it's up to the minute. And I know, Chris, I just heard the EAS come out again, so I know there's a new warning for Gove tonight. So related information here on the radio, but I appreciate your time. And as I guess things continue to kind of unfold tonight, we'll be up to date here on the radio.
All right. Have a good night, Joe.
All right. Now, we'll begin meteorologist Chris Schropping at Decision Weather Now, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel for cable.
Okay. I see something you got up.
Yeah. Observed tornado on the ground again near Turkey. Looked like it lifted potentially, but looks like it's dropped back down. Taking a look at the velocities here, again, you can see a little tightening up here. Kind of gone back and forth just a little bit as to, being so maybe just a couple little brief trails. But again, this storm not really moving much. So, certainly not a long track tornado, obviously by the definition. Little difficult to tell, but again, here's that rotation right there. We do actually have a couple of confirmed tornado reports that came out. One of them was from Turkey about 15 minutes ago. Public reported a tornado that was on the ground, and then just recently, we got another report too from a 911 call center. So again, watching this area of rotation and also this little notch right around here too. And even this notch, again, this is that storm that just has not been moving much. I think this latest radar scan, it just did the most movement it's done in the past 3 hours. Just kidding. But again, overall, this storm is still rotating, and at times it looks like it is trying to drop these little brief, probably brief little tornadoes there. But again, tornado warning that is in effect for at least another 10 minutes, and that is going to be Briscoe County and southwestern Hall County. That is the only active tornado warning that we have at this time. Is just that storm that has not done any movement. Now, taking a look at your storm a bit closer up towards where you are, this is now being warned for 4-inch size hail. And yes, there has been a 4-inch size hail report that came out about 10, not even 10 minutes ago. 16 miles southeast of Gove, Kansas there. Softball size hail. Yeah. And this storm is structurally looking good again. Maybe might see a little bit of an uptick here at the low level rotation. It looks like we are kind of seeing it getting a little bit better organized. So this may end up with another tornado warning again. We'll see. It's right at the edge of 2 National Weather Service offices, I believe. Yeah, I believe there's 2 separate weather offices. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but I believe that's the Goodland office and the Dodge City office.
Yep.
So if we do get a tornado warning, it might be kind of weirdly shaped, but we'll keep an eye on this little guy too. But again, that 4-inch size hail report coming right in where that hail core was, right about there. In fact, let's flip on our VILs here, and we can kind of hone in a little bit more on that hail. And again, it's this area right here, where the heaviest hail is falling. So again, generally kind of out in the open right now. The other storm that's attached to this little complex near McKinney in south of Collier also has a little bit of a hail core, maybe not quite as much, but could still be dropping hail about 1.5 inches or so. No tornado warning on that right now. Low level rotation does not appear to be quite as organized on that section of the storm, which is to kind of be expected right now, but we'll keep an eye on that storm there. That tornado watch is still in effect for those for these 11 counties here in west central Kansas. We'll see how long that watch stays into effect. But otherwise, quite a few 1-inch hail reports coming out of the storm that is getting ready to cross into Kansas out of Colorado. You see most of that being around the Rye area, about 1-inch size hail being reported. Right now, no signs of low-level rotation on any portions of the storm. It's somewhat disjointed a little bit here, but still easily has some pockets of, at least probably 1-inch size hail. We'll watch and see here, though, as the sun begins to set, how this line's going to kind of behave. We do have a brand new tornado warning, just as we mentioned it, Chris. So you're probably going to go back on the air here in just a few moments, I bet you. Brand new tornado warning that is in effect. Again, this is going to be radar indicated. The tornado warning is in effect for Gove County. It goes until 9:15 p.m. And again, right there is what we are watching, right at the edge here. So we'll keep an eye on the storm here. It is certainly looking a lot better than it was just a little bit ago.
Is it now going to the south and east a little bit?
Let's see here. They've kind of nudged a bit to pull up the loop here. Yeah, it's taken a bit more of an easterly turn. In fact, in this, as you mentioned, it has kind of, at least the past 2 radar scans, has hinted at a slight southeasterly direction. But right now, I guess we'll just say mainly east, but we'll see if that changes. At least the bottom storm has. And I will say that second storm is also starting to look like it might be trying to organize a little bit too. So whatever interfered with those storms appears is overcame that. The updraft, again, was never gone. The updraft, we were still seeing that mesocyclone in the storm. We got another 4-inch size hail report coming in just to the east now of this main storm here. Let's take a look at that. That's going to be, that's the one we took a look at. So let's take a look at this one. National Weather Service employee reports 4-inch size hail. That is some big hail. So not only does this have, the possibility of producing a tornado, but it does have pretty decent size hail with it. Do you think that that Brandon guy is on that storm? Do you know if you can see if you can find his feed, if he's still on that storm? So yeah, we got that storm pretty strong right now, and naturally we still got this little guy down here. near Memphis, Texas, hasn't moved much, but that's starting to look pretty decent here too. We'll see if anything becomes of that. This is still an observed tornado. Let's double check here. Yeah, still observed there. So what has he got there on his live feed there? I'm assuming he's still at that main storm there. Rain wrapped, obviously, so if there is anything, it may be difficult to see. It looks like he's going to be heading north. I'm wondering if he's got another camera, though, on his side. But this is the storm that I just had up there on the radar for you guys. Again, we're looking near Gove City. Again, tornado warning, 4-inch size hail that's been reported twice. That is some big hail. And not sure if he's getting any hail where he is, but that might be why he's driving pretty fast down that dirt road to get out of the hail away. Another 4-inch hail report, broadcast media providing pictures of hailstones, 3.75 to 3 3/4 to 4.5 inch size from broadcast media. So that's now 3 hail reports we've gotten in the past few moments from this particular storm here. This is the one that we are talking about right here. So the storm is kind of vamped up a little bit here. It does have some low-level rotation. Again, tornado warning that is in effect. It's going to be in effect for at least the next 45 minutes. It is for southern Gove County, but that's it. It does not extend south of that across the county line or east across the county line. I believe that is going to be the National Weather Service of Dodge City's jurisdiction there. So right at the edge of 2 weather offices. So the warnings might get a little weirdly shaped here over the next few moments. Chris, are you back?
I am here.
Yay. All right, so you had that feed up there. Did we lose that feed?
Nope, I got it here. I just put her back out. He's not moving for some reason here. I'm gonna.
I think he probably lost signal.
Okay, I'm gonna close him out. If you put your radar back up and see if I can restart it.
Yeah, that's fine. So meanwhile, while Chris is working on that, let's take a look here. I also want to keep an eye on this around Woodkinney. There is a little bit of looks like the rotation might be trying to organize just a little bit here on this particular storm. Again, no tornado warning on that. We'll see what becomes of that. But again, that rotation is looking a little bit more organized. So we have these 2 supercell thunderstorms that are kind of separated a little bit from each other. And again, now kind of upticking in their activity at this time. So again, the tornado warning that is in effect, and that is going to be for southeastern. There we go. Let's take a look at what he's got there. Just double click it. You can just double click it. There you go. Wow, that is rain wrapped. I mean, if there is anything, it's very difficult to see. The storm looks like it's got a beautiful structure, though. But that is just that is some heavy rain, and obviously is shrouded on the other side by some very large hail. 3 4-inch hail reports, Chris. That's, with one of them saying that they had gotten pictures of about 4.5 inch hail. So certainly you don't want to get caught up in that in a vehicle. So we might not be able to, yeah, I'm not sure where I was going with that sentence, but yeah.
Yeah, so we were talking about the size of hail. Those are the first 4-inch ones I remember all year. So we had 4-inch in Texas, and then three reports here in this Kansas storm. So
yeah, all from the same storm, and it's. I'm just trying to loop it here really quickly. I just want to see where that tracked over, and yeah, it's. I mean that's some pretty big hail. Let's take a look at here on the VILs a little bit, and it is just maxed out, Chris. It's the highest values that it can show here And it looks like right now that at least those higher values, it's not too far away from where this guy's camera is. A little bit there. Again, it's still radar indicated, and honestly, I'm not sure if if there was something on the ground, if you'd be able to see it. It's so rain wrapped at this point. Shrouded behind that rain, as you saw there on that camera, just kind of this wall of rain. So even if there was something on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it to begin with. But just from what we're looking at here, I don't think that there is anything on the ground, but certainly the low-level rotation is there. We'll see if it tightens up. It's not, that there's 100 steps to producing a tornado. It's probably on, 96 or something right now. And the last 4 steps being, trying to get that low-level rotation right down to the surface to produce that tornado. I'm also curious, Chris, if we're going to see a warning issued around McKinney if this storm keeps looking the way it's looking. If we might see a tornado warning issued for that second cell, albeit obviously the one down to the south here is certainly the stronger one. That's certainly the stronger storm, but that notch is there in that second storm, and I'm wondering because that has started looking a little bit better over the past few radar scans than what it was 20 or so minutes ago. So we'll see if that upticks here if Dodge City decides that they want to put a warning on that.
Yeah, that's keep on that. That is something because you're getting when you get up here, this area they're going to get a little more. Down here there's really nothing here as far as some farms, and then up here, this interstate heavily traveled in that between that Hayes and Colby. So again, we got hail that size. If you're out there on the interstate between Ogalla and Quinter, we've had 4-inch hail on that cell that's behind us. This is rather strong nearing the interstate. Looks like it'll probably cross just right at Joaquin or between Ogalla and Joaquin here. And then we're kind of concerned about seeing on radar a little bit of rotation. So there's definitely strong winds, large hail in that storm. And again, it'll be crossing the interstate here probably towards the top of the or a little bit before that.
Yeah, and it's interesting how quickly these storms cycle. Supercells like to cycle a bit, but it's very interesting on how quickly both of those cycled up. Because Chris, you and I were sitting here thinking that, all right, well, I guess we might be done, but boy, these two storms right here just decided that they weren't done quite yet.
I keep thinking back to when I started looking at the, when we started, I go, man, that thing's all by itself, and it was showing that all until 10 o'clock, on the models, that it was just going to kind of sit in that area, and that is what has happened. We saw that similar effect down there in that Turkey cell as well.
Well, this storm appears to have at least some movement with it, because when we started talking about it, the whole thing was a little bit further to the west. Let's loop it here. And, I'm wondering, so this thing, it does have a little bit of movement. Do you think it might try holding out to Hayes?
Yeah, thinking back, it did not make it to Hayes, but the south one is now moving east. So, if it holds together till 10, it could be in the Hayes area.
Let's see. Let's
in itself.
Let's do some old school stuff here. Let's take a look. Hayes, from that rotation, it's
Hayes
60
is the
miles. Yeah, it's 60 miles, almost exactly 60 miles from Hayes. So if it's moving to the east about 25 miles an hour, it's got about an hour and a half left. So it's only probably, I don't know, maybe. Well, if you think it'd be weakening after 10 o'clock. As far as the second one is concerned, That one is 36 miles away from Hayes, so it also tracks to the east. That could be coming up on Hayes, but a little uncertain as to if this one is going to hold out. But certainly starting to get a little bit close to that. And as you mentioned, yes, Hayes has a little bit more of a population than some of these other towns in rural, in western Kansas. Fort Hayes used to be there.
I went to school there for a few years.
Fort Hayes?
Yep. Before I transferred to, I did computer science there before I transferred to meteorology in Nebraska. So it's a pretty town.
I've never been over to Hayes, but I've heard it's kind of got that western feel.
Yeah, it's got a fort there. It's kind of where the cattle trails and met with the Indian.
That's where Dances with Wolves. They reported to after the battle. He reported to Fort Hayes in Kansas.
Yeah, before they sent it out there. So a lot of the Indian, there's a in Wallace, so and those Hayes and Wallace sent the troops up there to Little Bighorn, and when they were putting the Indians on the reservation. So a lot of those battles were in one here in County, one out here by Ray, Sand Creek out here, and those last Indian battles with the cavalry were out here. So lots of Western.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wild West history. We used to have.
Yeah.
I got a map here in my house that still calls the southwest part of our county cowboy territory. And then Tony Express station right here, So this was kind of settled earlier, and this was all gun. They had the last gunfight in Kansas over a stock tank was down here with some cowboys.
That's crazy. It's even crazier to think it wasn't that necessarily that long ago. Well, I mean,
100 years.
They adjusted that Trino warning. It's still radar indicated, but it's still being tagged as 4-inch size hail. That rotation southwest of Wakini also starting to look. It's not as potent as the rotation for our Gove County one, but I mean, it's there. It's rotating a bit. I just keep wondering if they're gonna, if they might upgrade that warning. My guess is it's kind of on the fence a little bit with it. We'll see if it holds out. But that lower rotation, though, that Gove County one is that thing means business. That dude means business. That raindrop could not be more in the way of that camera shot. There you go. That's good. But I don't think. I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure even if there was something on the ground if you'd be able to see it from that position.
I think you can.
And he also, he's got to stay ahead of that hail core, and he's got to. Ideally, I'm thinking he wants to stay ahead of the, that hook too. I mean, because once you get caught in the rain, I mean, is he on a dirt road?
Yeah, that's all dirt road.
Yeah, so he's trying to stay ahead of that thing, and it is starting to tighten up now. Could you double click or could you click on that? I want to see it a bigger screen here, if you don't mind. I want to. I'm trying to see here where he's looking back into it, but it looks like that rotation is now so it's so wrapped in that rain and that hail core and so he stopped a bit here. So my guess is Apposite really well, hold on, I'm just going to switch it really quickly to the radar. My guess, he's looking right into this. So he's trying to stay ahead of this, which probably has some decent sized hail in it. Now, the rotation that we see or that we're picking up is right in here. So even if you know, I mean, it's so rain wrapped, and yeah, the problem is that in his position, it looks like he can't stop for more than a moment for having to move again. It's great. I mean, it's a great shot. And it's a great position. It's just there's so much rain with this thing and hail. That's the other thing too. That oh hey Brandon, no, don't give us that loading. I mean, yeah, it's just. We'll see what that. Yeah, quite interesting, but I don't. I mean, and now the sun's starting to set too, so I mean he's going to be losing daylight at it. Like I said, I'd be interested to see if. I'd be interested to see if this thing does drop something. Just because I'm interested to see if it'll drop something. While we're on that topic, I do want to just do a quick little up. We don't have to switch screen, but there is a brand new tornado warning that is now going to be in effect for areas just south of Turkey. Another little notch there of rotation. Again, that's that same storm that's just sitting there and has not moved much. It has produced at least one tornado, and believe it or not, they still are having it as observed. At 8:30, there was a confirmed tornado that was 9 miles northeast of Turkey, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. We now have a brand new tornado warning that is also in effect, and it's going to include Motley County and southwestern Hall County. This is all in Texas, by the way. Again, a little bit of rotation there now, radar indicated, but still, regardless, producing some inch to inch and a half size hail. I just wanted to give a little update on that. Again, that storm not moving, kind of a little bit like a night of the Twisters, I guess, for Turkey right now. That storm just is literally not moved at all. So yeah, but the hail does seem to have gone down a little bit with that particular storm. Obviously, the biggest hail that we've been seeing is the storm right now that you are looking at there on the camera. Now the storm is also rotating a little bit. The supercell looks pretty good. I mean, of course, I think most supercells look pretty good. And the thing is, though, is that there's some large hail associated with that storm, and you're starting to see it's getting darker and darker now. But that what you were looking at is looking.
Timmy, there?
that is what you're looking at there. So we're going to keep up with these two storms here for just a few moments, a few more moments here as we wait for Chris to join us again. He's been with us. He's probably just trying to get some things reconfigured with the bandwidth and everything, and he's been doing some radio updates too on his end. So we're going to, like I said, kind of keep it here for just a few moments. We'll just watch this and see how it shapes up. But like I said, tracking two areas of rotation right now in Kansas. One of them in southeastern Grove County, and then the other one is just south of McKinney. That rotation does appear like it will miss McKinney, but we'll keep an eye, though, as it starts to inch its way a little bit closer to Hays, Kansas. Chris, you back with us yet? All righty, everyone. So, as a meteorologist, Timmy Albertson here with you guys again. As mentioned, Chris is with us. He's just getting a few things straightened out here. But what we are tracking, what you're seeing there is a supercell thunderstorm that's making its way through west central Kansas. This storm is located kind of in a rural area of Gove County, about 60 miles to the west here of Hays, Kansas. Now, just off to the north of that storm, northeast of that storm, is yet another supercell just south of McKinney that is also showing some signs here of rotation. Now, currently the storm that you're looking at there has a tornado warning on it. The storm south of McKinney does not have a tornado warning on it at this time, but we'll see here maybe if that gets changed a little bit. Now, both of these storms kind of moving east, not very fast, but they are moving. As opposed to some of the storms that we have been seeing around parts of Texas. So again, here's our two storms, looking at two different radars here. We have this pocket of rotation right here with this storm down here. That's the one where that camera shot is on. And then we have this area of rotation right here. Again, we're looking at McKinney and south of McKinney here. Both of these storms producing some pretty big hail. This one down here, we had quite a few reports of 4-inch size hail in southern Grove County. And then up around McKinney, we've just gotten a 1 3/4 size inch hail report coming out of just south there of Interstate 70. Now, again, as mentioned, both of these storms kind of drifting a bit to the east here at about 20-25 miles an hour. Both of them right now, again, kind of out in the open a little bit. Obviously, McKinney, a little bit, a little town there, as well as nearby Ogalla, but we will kind of keep an eye out here. What we want to see is if these storms are, or especially this one up here, up around the McKinney area, we can be keeping a very close eye on it as that rotation does appear to have gotten, like I said, it's starting to get the low level rotation organized a little bit better here. And so we might see an upgrade of this warning. We might not. Well, depends here on exactly, how the storm continues to look. But obviously, this is the stronger one, or at least was the stronger one. I will say that rotation looks like it has kind of lessened up a little bit at the surface, but it certainly has not gone away. The storm might be trying to restructure itself. Again, there is nothing else around these two storms. These guys have free reign of this whole area effectively, and they're going to probably continue to use that to their advantage. We have this hook right here, and we have another hook right here. And both of these hooks here are good indications that this storm is trying to rotate a little bit there. So that's ultimately what we're looking at here at the moment with these two particular storms. Certainly producing some hail and certainly producing, at least a little bit in the way of some rotation. Now, as we talked before, I've mentioned this numerous times before. When we're talking about big hail producing storms, those are supercells. Supercells have rotation in them. That's why they're supercells. Sometimes when we're dealing with these hail events, it's not unheard of that it can also kind of be somewhat of a miniature tornado event. You get a few tornadoes to pop out of some of that, especially on some of those stronger supercells, that rotation kind of mix its way down a little bit down to the ground. So typically when we're dealing with, 4-inch size hailstones, those are out of supercells. And again, those supercells have rotation in them inherently. And sometimes that rotation is able to make its way down to the surface just a little bit. So We are taking a look right now at these two little supercells here. Again, there's this one just south of McKinney, and then this one that is pretty much in the rural parts. Now, this is Grove County, but it looks like the possible area of rotation is actually across the county line, getting close to State Highway 4 there. Again, this is your thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Trego and Lane County. Again, we'll see if that tornado warning gets extended into this part of the county. The reason why there's no tornado warning here is this is actually a boundary between two different weather offices. This is the Goodland, Kansas weather office, and this right here is the Dodge City weather office. So sometimes you'll get some weird shape warnings in situations where you have two different weather offices pretty much right up on each other. All right, we're taking a look here back at this live feed again. This is from this, we're looking at that southern storm there, kind of zooming in there. Not, see here, just kind of taking a look at it here with you guys. Certainly got quite a bit of heavy rain within it. Not sure if we are looking at a funnel there. A little tricky to tell. It doesn't seem like it's in the right spot, but could very well be. Regardless of the fact, like I said, the storm is certainly rotating here. Right now, the warning is still being tagged as radar indicated, and now we have a brand new tornado warning that is actually going to include what is going to be northeastern Lane County, and this is actually going to spill over into Ness County too. That rotation is starting to look pretty good there on that hook, and my guess is that's exactly what we are looking at, is that area of rotation. Now you see that big, big black blue blob there. Again, that's part of the hook echo. It's not an actual tornado. But it is a very heavy rain shaft. Again, the rotation is pulling that rain from that storm in a little bit, so it's kind of rain wrapping it. Still being tagged with 4-inch size hail. Certainly a very strong supercell here. And so what you're looking at, like I said here, is going to be that southern storm. Now, what I will say here is that these storms probably going to go for at least maybe a little bit more here, but might start weakening, especially now that we're starting to get the sun to get a little bit lower here. Obviously, nighttime starting to become a little bit more of a factor here. One thing I do want to double check here. Yes, apparently we do have a reported tornado, so might have very well have been looking at that little tornado there, possibly. Again, a little hard to tell here with this particular camera quality exactly what we're looking at. Certainly, you can see the inflow there of that storm, some gusty winds right around there. In fact, when I was yesterday, when I was down around the, following one of those supercell thunderstorms, the inflow was quite breezy. Nonetheless, hey Chris, we're taking a look at taking a look at that feed there. The supercell, the storm is starting to look, has been looking pretty good on the radar scans. Right now, we have a report of a tornado actually out of this. This is coming from a spotter, small tornado on the ground. I think we might have actually been looking at it there. A little hard to tell, without being there and given the camera quality. It's don't get me wrong, it's good quality. Just a little hard to see, but we might have had a little thin tornado possibly. Regardless, we got quite a few wall cloud reports. In fact, that looks like that was a tornado because I see we have quite a few spotter reports of that being a little tornado that we might have seen there.
Was that Trego or Gove County?
Well, the warning it's for the same storm. It just happens to be right on the county line.
Okay.
So 2 tornado warnings, both for that southern storm. They haven't put a tornado warning yet south of McKinney. It doesn't look like that rotation has what was I going to say? It doesn't appear that rotation has gotten any stronger south of Wakini, but certainly worth watching. And naturally, we still have those tornado warnings down around the Turkey area, both of them radar indicated, but given how that storm has been, well, we'll have to kind of wait and see.
Okay.
What you got on your end, Chris?
I need to get my radar back up here. I think this is mine still. Is that what's up on the screen? Mine?
Yes.
Okay.
That's yours, yeah.
Oh, that has kind of sunk south and east, hasn't it, there? Okay. Look up here. Looks like this stuff backline has started to weaken. Got some storms picked up out ahead of it. I'm actually here in Atwood. I haven't heard no thunder yet, but it looks like we'll be hearing that shortly. Sunset in this line is weakening, so I would expect we're not going to get a whole lot more warnings in this area. Kind of what you're thinking.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this looks like this is weakening here. This one cell right here, where it got a little bit warmer. The dew points are a little higher. That's one we could watch on the back end.
Yeah. Also, a little nocturnal storm firing up there. Nice little lightning show for some of the folks. But going back to that tornado warning storm south of what is it, Ness County, I believe. The latest velocity looks pretty good on it too. Certainly, that's certainly a storm. I mean, do we still have that feed up? But like I said, it's starting to get dark there, so even if there is something, we might not have the best time. There we go. Let's take a look. Looking right at it. That's that hook. Yeah, he's looking right at that. Boy, is that difficult to see what is going on right in there. But there's certainly rotation. We might have seen a little Treno on his feed just a little bit ago. But let's see here. They've adjusted the warning. It's now observed, so there is Treno in there. And it's rain wrapped, but that looks like it's in there. So a confirmed Treno was located near Van Dennis, moving east at 15 miles an hour.
Okay. Got lots of lights now.
Yeah, so he's sitting right in that thing Now, again, this is a very rural area here, but it might be coming up on Utica, Kansas here in a little bit. It might stay north of Utica. But I will say, though, Chris, this thing does seem like it has a little bit of a southeasterly component. So it could be coming up to Utica here, at least the rotation. Now, whether or not this thing stays on the ground, that's a different story. But I do think that if it's, this rotation, regardless, could still be coming up on Utica here, probably in, what would you say, the next 25 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think it'll be the end of that box there. So, yep, 20 minutes here.
The latest
really
radar
small.
scan. I'm going to steal the radar here really quickly. Latest radar scan, here it is. So this is what we're looking at. Again, this is the hook right there. And this is the rotation right in there. Now, again, right now this is an observed tornado located near I remember the town, Pendennis. Pendennis. You might know better than me, Chris. This is your neck of the woods. But yeah, right about there. Now, this has kind of picked up a little bit of a southeasterly component over the past half hour or so. It's a really kind of the nearest town is going to be Utica. And that's going to be coming up, we said maybe about 20 minutes or so. But a little bit of a heads up maybe for Utica, we'll see here. Now, whether or not this thing still is on the ground by the time, it gets over towards the Utica, we'll have to kind of wait and see a little bit. But the rotation has been holding out pretty well throughout much of the storm's life. So if nothing else, at least some rotation will be, trying to pass its way just north of Utica.
Yeah, that's kind of changed direction. It is more southeast now. So that potentially would be Utica, and then Ransom's the next town. Those are really, really small. That Nest City starts to get a little bigger. Obviously Dighton, but it's going to slide. And it's in Lane County now, it looks like.
Yeah. And the rotation on that other storm was looking pretty good for a while. Looks like it's kind of fallen apart a little bit. In fact, it almost looks like that storm is stalled out. The one around McKinney.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks like it just kind of stopped moving. There was a little bit of rotation right there, you can see, but then it kind of occluded itself back into the thunderstorm. A little. I'm not quite. Maybe a little bit of restructuring trying to go on, but this is the closest one to Hayes. Hayes just right over the county line here from this storm. So this would be the one I think that would be most likely to impact Hayes if it were to hold out. Whereas this one is probably going to end up staying south of Hayes if it holds up to that distance. That's still quite a ways away.
Yeah, Hayes is. Here, look at these models real quick. This seems like we've been on this thing. It's just.
Well, it's like what you said. I mean, it's like that storm yesterday too. I mean, it's by itself, and that's good news. If you're a supercell, that's kind of what you want. I mean, it's all right to have a friend like this one does, but you ultimately need your inflow to be clear. And I'm still thinking there might, if this is an observed tornado, obviously, I'm thinking it might still be on the ground. We go just based off the velocities and what we're seeing on the radar, and correlation coefficient is probably not going to be very useful in this setup. That might have been it right there, but there's not much out in this area right now for it to really pick up. It's coming up on Utica here. Still taking it as observed. Confirmed tornado was again still located there. And in addition to that 2-inch size hail, but we know this storm was earlier was producing 4-inch size hail. It does look like that hail has probably gone down a little bit, Chris, and we might be seeing that rotation trying to go back, include back into the thunderstorm here, but. Overall, though, it's still pretty good. Like I said, I'd say, it's going to be coming up on Utica here. Like I said, even if that tornado ends up lifting and the rotation part of it is still probably going to be passing either right over or just north of Utica.
The spotters just to the west of Utica. So it looks like it's going to slide north if you look at his position.
Yeah, and this is, you know, it's starting to become one of those situations too where it's starting to get dark there. Might be a little difficult to see anything. But yes, I've had quite a few spotter reports of little tornado, and then obviously you have this one. Whether or not those are the same ones, we'll kind of have to wait and see a little bit. But I certainly think that this storm's doing pretty good right now. But latest radar scans now coming in here. We're going to get another picture here of this thing. You know, like I said, if it's still on the ground, it might still be on the ground. And if that's the case, it's going to be right up in the extreme northeastern part of the county, right ahead of the county line. So basically, yeah, taking a look at it here, hook's still kind of there a little bit, but that signature now on the velocity has gone down a little bit, so it might have weakened. But this rotation is certainly still there with that storm. Yes,
I'm gonna have to go now. Somebody here, so
that's fine.
I'm gonna mute myself. So carry on. I might not be back.
That's all right.
Okay.
All right, cheerio.
Hey, everybody, goodbye. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, have a good one. And then there was one. And that is me. All right, so we're going to kind of continue on here.